Oh, wait, what's going on here? Why is it not showing up? There we go. It just took a little while to show up. Everything. Huh. Okay. Things have updated, and for some reason, things are not showing up. What is going on? Oh no, it's there, it's there, it's there. I just didn't see it. Alright, well, I guess that's that. Everything's working, it seems, so hey everyone, welcome to the stream. We're gonna be continuing with Intervallo 4, but right now, I'm trying to figure out what to do with this banner. The Honglu banner is ending next week. I do have enough charge to get Honglu, but I am also trying to figure out, do I roll for the rest of this? Maybe I try to roll for this. I'm not exactly sure yet. See, how many do we have here? One. I already got Malfaust. It's not doing that. Who's this one? Rhodia. And then we got Gregor and then we got Ryoshu. 3. I guess I could try rolling a little bit. But at the same time, not exactly sure if I should. I guess I'll just go ahead and get Honglu first though. While I still have it in my mind to do that.
대관원이 이렇게 보이는군요.
And then I'll figure the rest of this out later.
거칠에는 그만두도록
I
하지.
still don't know how to use this Honglu. This Honglu is all kinds of complicated apparently. Where is it? Where is it? There's like multiple pages worth of skills here. It's like, what the heck is going on? Combat started. There are backup units. Select one Heisho with at least HP. If there are backup units, what if there are no backup units? Heisho pack identity retreated due to this effect will be placed earlier in the return line than non-Heisho units. So you just kind of swap them out among ally Heisho pack units that can act. Choose one. Choose one. I guess you only need one. Unless for some reason you need more. Okay, why does this skill have 1, 2, 3 different effects? What the heck? 3 different effects? Plus 5 damage for every Heisho bolus contamination. Rupture for days. Activate the following. Gain 1 offense for every 1 stack of this thing. Skill 2, nothing too interesting. Skill 3, nothing too interesting. Of course, it'd be everything on skill 3. And then, of course, a defense. And then there's the passive. When other ally units substitute in or return to the battlefield, heal 10 SP. Then at combat start, command them to use skill 1 as an unopposed attack against a random enemy. Oh, that's only after they substitute in. Combat start, command skill 3 instead. There's like so much going on here. I think the more Heisho I have, the better this will work. I don't know. A little weird though. And it doesn't look like I can exchange for some of them. Who is this one? Gregor. Got Gregor there, but we don't have the rest of them yet. Well, I don't know. How many rolls do I have? How many rolls do I need to work for? How many rolls do I need to save for the upcoming possible Arknuts collab, which apparently doesn't even have any IDs. They just have egos, which could be okay, but also I don't know if I like rolling for egos for collecting purposes. I don't roll that much. That's probably why I have like a lot of lunacy. Choosing units by attributes and not personal character preference. Well, the thing is, you can choose by personal character preference, but if they don't mesh well with your team, it just doesn't work too well. It just really doesn't. So I'm kind of like, what the heck do I even do? What the heck do I even do? Rhodia. What does Rhodia have? Clash, Poise. Wait. There is a little bit of Rupture, but there's like barely any Rupture here. I don't even know what's supposed to happen with the Heisho. Heisho pack has a bunch of weird stuff going on. I'll give it a try. At least I'll give it up to however many tickets I got, and then I'll figure it out from there. All right. What do we have? Nothing here. I guess if I can keep getting ego shards, I can at least get Gregor. But for some reason, Rhodia and Ryoshu are not here. Fang Hunt Office.
제대로 준비해야겠죠?
Okay, that's a new one. Again. Maybe the last one for now. No one knew, but I got another mariachi for some reason. Don't really feel like it. Wait, is it 1300? Just get all the new characters that they release, buy Limbus Pass every single season. That's true. I don't like grinding in this game though. Like when I first picked up the game again after like 2 years, I got into the grinding thing and got a decent like I guess I got a decent amount from it. 296 levels. But at the same time I'm kinda like going through Mirror Dungeon with how grindy it is, and how long each Mirror Dungeon run takes, I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'd rather keep training my Umas. Training my Umas is a lot more fun than this. But I am intrigued by the story. I'm intrigued by the story, and that's why I keep coming back to it every so often. I'm in a weird spot right now though. I know Kanto 7 is like right after the warp train, and I know Kanto 7 is like supposed to be hype, but I'm also leaving for a trip in a couple of weeks, and I really only stream Limbus Company once a week. So what do? I can get through the Intervallo stuff right now, but if I save the actual Kanto stuff until after I come back from the trip, would that be too long? Well, I guess it's alright considering how long it took me to get to Kanto 5, 2 freaking years. Tomorrow's your next stream for the next Taurus Cup. I am planning on streaming the Taurus Cup tomorrow. Actually, yes. Yeah, we're getting on the warp train for the first time, but I have played Library of Arena, so I know exactly what goes on in the warp train. And now that I think about it, I wonder, in Lobotomy Corporation, there is this expressway to hell, Abno, or I guess Tool technically. I wonder if that's also a warp train. It doesn't look like one, but I know what happens in the warp train. I don't want to go back to the warp train. But for the purposes of Limbus company, and because it's on the way to the next place we're going to, we have to get in the warp train. But I really, really don't want to be on the warp train. So, yeah, a little bit conflicted because of that. I do want to give this Honglu a try though, in the warp train. So, well, actually, do I have enough tickets to even level you up? First question: do I? If I don't, there might not be a reason to uncap you. Oh, never mind. You actually can get to 50. Yeah, okay, fine. We'll do that then. We'll do that, and we'll also... Where's Malfaust? Malfaust is also 50. Alright, uptie time. Let's get you here. I'm gonna skip the story on this one. Just because it's kind of lengthy, and I guess this kind of ties into the latest content. We're not quite there yet, so I'm gonna skip this and save that for later. Now, can I get to uptie 4? That's the other question. No, I'm a little short for uptie 4. What do I even get for uptie 4? Defense power up. On use, if target has 3 types of negative effects. Clash power 1. It's not too bad. Gluttony damage up to all other allies with gluttony skills. Clash power for every, what, 4 rupture and poise? That's not too bad. That's not too bad. I guess I can scrounge up some shards for this. Oh yeah, I got random shards. You know what? Let's use random shards. Maybe that'll help out. And then how many Honglu shards does that give us now? 37. If it's 37, we need like maybe 12 more. So let's say 6. And that doesn't quite get us there. How many more? 46. So let's say 2. There we go. Exactly the amount that I need. And where is you? Nope, not that one. Then let's get you up tie 4. I'm running out of threads. And then let's actually start making a team with this. Need another testing. So we have Malfaust here, and then we have this Honglu. And then not sure where to go from here, but I guess if we just want to really stack this team up, we could do it like this. Synergy is basically gonna be 0. But I'm kind of curious how this is gonna go. Fluid sac. Oh, I can only pick one of these. Okay. And then what do we have here? Guess we can do Pequod for this one. Why not? A little partial to that. LCCB manager, sure, why not? And then where is... I guess I can kind of mix the Pequod team with that. Oh no, I need more levels here. Grinding the mirror dungeons on the weekends. That'd be nice if I actually had weekends I could grind it. put too much on my plate with streaming and like the videos I've been planning to make before I leave on my trip, and let's just say it. I'm finding less and less time to do things. So it's like, great. What am I gonna do now? Kind of thing. Okay, this Sinclair is not gonna be in the fight, but I do need to get some passives from you. You two also, just getting passives from you. This one I might put in a fight. 6 entire runs to build up main team bonus energy. Yeah, I don't like the energy rotation in Mirror Dungeon. Oh, this isn't too bad. Somewhat balanced. Okay, I'll take that. Is a team actually gonna be legit? I have no idea. I feel like outside of Mirror Dungeons, the teams kind of sort of fall apart. But within Mirror Dungeons, you can like do crazy stuff and it'll actually work regardless of what you do. But yeah, again, we're gonna go through the warp train today, and if we have enough time, we might poke into Kanto 7. But I'm expecting the warp train to take a little bit on the long side. So my main team comps are Bleed and Burn. Probably also Sinking. But for the most part, as long as they can trigger egos, that's what I usually go for, because oh shit button is nice. Anyway, let's get started with this. So a quick recap from last time. Last time we did this, we did the time killing event, which was basically, oh hey, what was it? Someone's out there killing time, like literally killing time, or like this removing time from the system. Don't know how that works, don't ask me. And then we found the distortion that was doing that, and we beat said distortion up and it got taken away, and find out the guy who was with us is basically probably one of the Blue Man group. And I absolutely do not like finding out that they were from the Blue Man group. Because why? Blue people in this game are strange and sussy, and I don't know what they're up to. They're kind of helping us, but at the same time, what are they really up to? I can't trust anyone. I cannot trust anyone. So, after that, we were kind of told, hey, to get to our next place, we gotta take the train. And no one liked that. So, we're gonna take the train. But before taking the train, I guess I gotta check out this thing over here. What is this? Familiar Siren? Is this another Walpurgis thing? It may not be a Walpurgis thing. This might be the Refraction Railway at the time. Right, I think we can conclude our consultation session here. I've been holding regular consultations with the Sinners for a while now. My session with Heathcliff ended earlier than expected. So, what are you writing in that notebook? Oh, this one's not voiced. Okay. Oh, this? I thought writing them down could come in handy later, in case I have to remember something. Heathcliff's been holding that notebook in his hands ever since this session started. It didn't seem like he was making a full record of our entire conversation. It was more like he was writing things down if they seemed worthy of remembering. Are you writing about Catherine? Won't deny that's a part of it. His expression becomes inscrutably complex upon hearing her name. He breathes in a lungful of air and lets out a deep sigh. He smiles awkwardly before sliding his notebook across the desk in my direction. I take a quick glance at the pages. Its contents are as disorganized and chaotic as his handwriting. But I also notice that several of those disorganized notes are records of his memories with Catherine, scribbled next to notes of insignificant or significant. of significant moments in our journey. Records of memories he doesn't want to lose. Well, it ain't anything important. Ain't nothing important. Right, if we're done, I'm off. Heathcliff takes a notebook and leaves the room. I catch a glimpse of his bitter expression as he steps through the doorway. It isn't long before Rhodia practically bursts through the door. Hey, I saw Heathcliff leaving the room just now and thought it was my turn. That was a pretty quick meeting, huh? Yeah, we really didn't have much to talk about. I don't know what's gotten into him lately. He's been so... tame? Well, I'm not complaining. Why don't you take a seat, Rhodia? Rhodia hummed cheerfully as she sat down. She didn't seem too different from her usual self, though I guess technically speaking, Rhodia and Heathcliff have been the two that have gone through the most in this past canto. Well, Rhodia in the previous Intervallo, and then Heathcliff in the canto itself. So kind of curious how the Rhodia conversation is going to be like. Our consultations usually consisted of some minor chit-chat and watching her munch on some snacks, but... Hey, so I think there's something we have to talk about today. Yeah? Oh, you're so serious today. What's up? Do you remember what you asked me when we were dealing with the case of time-killing time, Rhodia? I don't know. What'd I say? A lot? Rhodia carefully looks away, her fingers fiddling with the snacks prepared for these consultations. I'm starting to grow uncertain whether there's a good time to bring this up when she's still so obviously evasive about it. I really don't want the mood to get as frosty as it did during the investigation. But this overly chipper, chatty attitude is just a bandage haphazardly pulled over a scar that still hurts, isn't it? I sit there looking at Rhodia and her fabricated smile. I have to ask. Yeah, that's exactly what these consultations are for. What better time to do this than now? I'm talking about the time you asked me about Sonia. About what would have happened if you... And we get interrupted anyway. The alarm had to choose this precise moment, when I finally gathered enough courage to bring this up, to go off. Okay, well then. Wait, that was... I reflexively get up to my feet at the blaring alarm. A few seconds later, I hear someone yapping, oh, tapping, not yapping, tapping. Tapping on the bus PA system. And not long after that, a brief bizz plays from the speaker installed in my room. Testing. Announcing from the driver's seat. All units taking R&R on the bus must assemble in the hallway ASAP. I repeat, all units taking R&R on the bus. Driver's seat. Karen's seat. Stop pulling me! I'm in the process of relaying a very important announcement. Stop getting in the way between Karen and Meffy. Virgilia's deep sigh was the last thing we heard from the bus's PA system before Karen and Otis's brief squabble came to an abrupt end. My, a new backdoor thingy? That's what the alarm usually means, right? Let's see. I guess that this one's for Refraction Railway. Not a fan of those railways. They're so exhausting. I feel that. Those and Mirror Dungeons, both exhausting. Rhodia grumbles for a moment before rising from her seat. Kinda seems like she's trying to smoothly maneuver away from answering my question. What you standing around for, Dante? Come on, aren't you gonna see what's going on? Yeah, I'm coming. I leave my empty consultation notes behind and follow Rhodia out to the hallway. Out to a very crowded hallway. The murmur rises and rises. The sinners were each sharing their ideas as to what this alarm might be for. It's gotta be that Refraction Railway this time, right? Yep. Line 4, most likely. Huh. This is gonna suck, isn't it? Attention! The executive manager has arrived. I have assembled your forces already in a timely manner. Thanks. Welcome, Dante. I heard the radio. Is it a refraction railway this time? Yes, the fourth line of the refraction railway to be exact. Hey, I think they're getting used to this. What the hell? Whoa. WG, what? Whoa, 'tis a hearkening at, I don't think. When the hell? It appears that she is requesting information pertinent to our schedule regarding our entry to the railway. To be exact, I think she's asking, when the hell are we going in? Why did you have to say it like that? How is anyone supposed to figure that out? Ryoshu had been listening with a knitted brow as each sinner hazarded their guesses, appeared to have finally found peace. Sinclair was right on the money. Hey, at least Gregor Nissan got half that right too. The bus alarms weren't the only things growing increasingly familiar to us. The sinners were really getting to know one another as well. Well, let's go check it out right now. Then I shall open the gates. Where the frick are we? Oh right, there's a refraction railway, but it looks a little different from what I'm used to. The doors open with a creak, and a bright blue light fills my vision. The blue ambience almost seems to drop the temperature of the entire room. Another railway line, completely different from line 3 and its orange hue. Manager Esquire, behold! These curtains, these masks, I say visions of parté, lay before us, forsooth. Masks? I followed Don Quixote, who had run off on her own again, with my eyes. It was as she said, the walls were lined with various masks, each wearing different expressions. I wonder if this has something to do with the theme of enemies we're about to meet here. He thee hitter, one and all. Here's a woman, her appearance a spitting image of Lady Otis. What? There was urgency in her voice. I quickly ran to where Don Quixote was with the other sinners in tow. Oh, we got doppelgangers this time. And there she was, an exact copy of Otis standing before us. I hope this isn't anything serious. Whoa, she wasn't kidding. I hope this isn't a lord left behind by an abnormality or something like that. Oi, how about we don't tempt fate, lad? But she's quiet unlike Otis, and shrouded in a weird shadow. Whoa, look! Here's one that just looks like me. Looks just like me. Hong Lu stood next to a humanoid shape that mimicked every move he made. When he raises his hands, the shape raised its hands. When he closes his eyes, the shape closed its eyes. There's a story to everything in this game, no matter how insignificant it might seem. It's a nice little world building. At the same time, it's like, really now? Did we really need lore for this? Right, almost like a shadow with the darkness in its mimicry. Wait, that looks like one of Hong Lu's identities. I noticed 2, 3 more humanoid shadows standing nearby. What on earth is going on? We'd be much more better off if they were some byproduct of an abnormality. However, if they are clones, we must move swiftly to exterminate them, executive manager. I request that you immediately order us to prepare for battle. Give me a sec. I'll ask Faust first if... No. You must make a judgment call at this instant. If there are indeed clones, then the head will... This isn't the first time she's asked to make a decision like this, but... She's never been this serious or adamant about it before. Yi-sang noticed the tension and quickly stepped in between the two of us. Miss Faust, would you kindly share what you know about this phenomenon? Yes, this entity is not a clone. Therefore, even if a week were to pass, the head will not mobilize. Faust nodded sagely as though she had learned something new, before looking in my direction. I think we kind of established in the previous Intervallo, or at least Intervallo part, that it seems like she's looking at Reddit or something before telling us stuff. Like she's talking to copies of, not copies, but mirror world versions of herself, trying to get a consensus of who's been to this part of the story already. Right, she probably wants me to explain what this is. I quickly blurted out the first thing that came to my mind. That one feels like a pecatulum. I wasn't completely sure, but that's the feeling I've grown used to sensing whenever we encounter the pecatula. The pecatulum. However you say it. It's blindingly mimicking whatever Honglu is doing. I'm not sure if it has much or anything in the way of consciousness or ego. It doesn't look like a one-to-one copy of him either. It's blindly... Oh, I already said this. Please be calm yourself, Miss Otis. It appears that Ott has unnerved you. Otis bows, embarrassment apparent, but her head cleared with relief. My deepest apologies, Executive Manager. I should not have acted in such an unsightly manner before you. Clearly, I still have a lot to learn about the Sinners. Every instance of these moments seemed to unveil something new. I was trying to get a better read on Otis's expression when Heathcliff suddenly asked a question out loud. I thought them Picatula are supposed to look like monsters, isn't it? Distortions in the Picatula must not be judged on a reference based on common sense, such as their physical appearance. But do you think we can handle them? Oh yeah, if they're going to swarm us like they did at the Manor, or if they manage to somehow copy Virgilius, that's going to be a problem. Recall the railways of refraction we have suffered ere this one's arrival. It should not present before us a foe we cannot defeat. Yet the process shall be as grueling as it always been, I suspect. Faust is aware that this entity is a pecatulum of envy. Faust is actually talking. Pecatulum invide. Considering the strengths of the pecatula we have faced thus far, it is unlikely that we will encounter enemies too far beyond our ability to defeat. The lack of precise tiered labeling system means that it is difficult for one to make a subjective judgment. Speaking of which, what's the ETA on the new risk levels and classifications with the Picatula and distortions? Right, there was a little lore about that in the previous what do you call this? Intervallo, where where they got an introduction to like the lobotomy core danger levels apparently. The LCD has informed us that they have made significant progress regarding the project. It is likely that further details will be shared once they become more concrete. That's good to know. Oops, looks like the Picatula are running away all of a sudden. As we stood there talking to one another, a Picatulum that resembles Honglu suddenly shoved him to the side and began sprinting elsewhere. What the hell, mate? Don't just sit there and gawk at them while they're legging it. Heathcliff also sprinted after the figure, but soon came to a sudden stop before starting to slowly back away. Oi, blimey. A subway train slides into the platform with a loud horn. Past the windows, I see a subway car filled to the brim with purple shadows. Shadows in the shape of the Sinners. That's a lot of them. I think I recognize like 3 shadows that look just like me. That ridiculous sight was enough to stop us all dead in our tracks, allowing the Picatulum to board the subway car. They just need a ride. They just want to catch a ride to the next stop. And the door shut behind them. I sense aught in the way of disquietude from the refraction railway. Fellas, there's another one coming this way. As soon as the subway train carrying the Picatula leave the station, a new one begins to roll in. To my relief, this one doesn't look like it's packed to the brim with shadow people. But what is that? There are curtains and masks? I don't remember seeing anything like that on the last railways we challenged. How uninspired. Hey, I didn't notice it earlier because all that mess with clones and everything. But doesn't that train look much more elaborate than we've seen before? Right, it's adorned with all kinds of decorations. Just as the sinners were gawking at the ostentatiousness that was this train, something burst forth from the train car door. What? Did that thing just roll out a carpet for us? It's like something's inviting us in there. I ill like such manner of invitation. I don't like red carpets either. They seem a little bit pretentious. I agree with you saying, this isn't an invitation I'm happy to jump at, but I'm sure we'll face even worse things in our journey. I'll take every chance we get to strengthen the sinners. Let's go. I took my first steps onto the carpet and boarded the subway train. And I don't think we're gonna be able to do the refraction railway, not like I want to anyway. And I don't think we're getting a refraction railway this season, according to Kim Ji-yoon. And so I guess we'll see what he has planned. Maybe Arknights collab. Maybe the Arknights collab will be like a what is it? Like a random intervallo for some odd reason, and then you go into the next kanto. That would be hilarious. Last railways we challenged, never touched any railways. I think I tried the first and second railway when they came out. Did not like the first one. Did not like the second one either. But I don't remember what rewards were with the railways. I think you just kind of do it once, and that was really it. I think it was mainly for basically this stuff. This decoration stuff. That's all it was for. Oh hey, I got a friend request. Inbox. Sure, accept. Sure, accept. There we go. And no one else in there. Only opening back refraction railway 1. All right. I guess they did this so we could segue into the Warp Express, but then again, I guess there was other refraction railways in previous kantos. No, it's actually been a while since the last refraction railway. Interesting. Okay, well, I guess we're gonna go on the warp train now. I really hate the warp train. I really hate the warp train. Like, not Limbus Company warp train. I hate the Library of Arena warp train. Just the very concept of it and what happens on the warp train. Don't ask what happened in Love Town. That's all. You do it multiple times and you can get pulls for it. It's been a very long time since I've done one, so I really don't remember. Can only do railways once, pretty sure. It's a one and done. I know there was a one time when the railway, maybe it was the first railway, where people were trying to like get the fastest record on the railway just for kicks and giggles because they could. And I think that's when people started figuring out, oh hey, you can do some really interesting combos with the sinners you had at the time. And now that our sinners are even stronger than they were back then, now we have like something. Do 80 a Clash 80 without any ego gifts in Mirror Dungeon. I'm like, how the frick? I think there's actually a guide on that on YouTube somewhere. I haven't checked in on it yet. But it's like 80 Clash in Mirror Dungeon. Excuse me? I can barely get even like +5. What the heck? Railway speedrun was a thing in 0.3. Current one has 19 turn world record. That is insane. Imagine one turning an Abno. I cannot. Anyway, warp train time. Hope you guys are ready for the train. I'm not. 4th March Flame Ryoshu? Alright, so how did this happen? First, we boarded a warp train to get to our next destination, P Corp. Got into our fancy first-class flash freeze hibernation capsules, and we were supposed to arrive at P Corp after a quick blink of an eye. But oh, this one's not voiced either. Okay. My throat was hurting this morning because I think I was sleeping with my mouth open, and I haven't recovered since then. And now I have to like read a lot. Okay, this is fine. I read visual novels every single time I stream anyway, so this ain't any different. Dante, please respond. There's... The first thing I saw when my vision returned was the perplexed look on Faust, who had entered hibernation at the same time as I did. Then I realized that we woke up mid-transit on the warp train, which could only mean that we're now stranded in some lost unknown dimension. Because, okay, I don't know if they'll actually mention this. They probably will mention this. So I probably shouldn't say anything. But let's just say the warp train is supposed to only take 10 seconds from point A to point B. But that is not the case. Why would you have a first class seat or first class section with basically cryogenics for a 10-second ride if it's not a 10-second ride? Think about that for a second. Always have a neck pain and sleep in weird positions. I don't have that. I do have throat pain. Gonna skip over the collab. Not too interested in the 4 Ego collabs with Arknights. Do we actually have info on the 4 Ego collabs with Arknights? Like actually what they look like, or do we just know who they are and stuff like that? I'm partly curious. We're probably gonna get other rewards anyway from it. So, other than, you know, pull for ego. But yeah. Since we are getting an Arknights collab in Limbus Company, I have to ask the question for you guys. If you had to pick one franchise to collab with Limbus Company, what is it? What is it? My wish list is still Blue Archive. Even though, technically speaking, if you put Blue Archive in this game, I don't know how that would work with the power balance of this world. Either the students finally see death for the first time for realsies, or nothing. As long as it's bullets, the students might be okay. I don't know. But that it would be interesting to think about. I mean, technically speaking, they did do the one April Fool's thing where they went through different gacha worlds, and Blue Archive was the literally first one that shows up in there. So they had like Blue Archive, Uma Musume, and Arknights. Still waiting. Since we're getting Arknights, I'm still waiting for Uma Musume. I'm also still waiting for Blue Archive, and then that portion of the April Fool's mini event is gonna come true. That'll be hilarious. We only know which sinners are getting things, not which operator they're based on. Got you. Another one's Hong Lu. Monster Hunter, give me Fatalis Ego. Which one's Fatalis? I don't know my Monster Hunter lore. Girls Frontline, even though it wouldn't make any sense. Hey, mirror roles don't make sense. But hey, it put them in there anyway. It could work out. Honestly, just for fun, Reverse 1999. Reverse 1999 is such a vibe. I was trying to get back into Reverse 99 recently, and found out there was a Assassin's Creed collab. And from what I've read about the Assassin's Creed collab, I didn't go through the collab itself. Like, it is pretty much what you would expect from an Assassin's Creed game if it was in Reverse 1999. And that says good things to me. At the same time, as much as I like the Reverse 99's gameplay, for some reason, there's like little things here and there that kind of annoy me. I think the main thing that annoys me is that I have to use my my stamina items at a certain time, otherwise I'd lose them forever. Like, why would you do that? Why would you do that? And I think there's like way too many game modes right now in the game itself. Like, outside from the events, outside from the story, there's like other mini game modes that just piled up over the past year that I left the game, as well as the wilderness portion where you like passively generate resources. What the heck? We're now using critters to like make other stuff. There's too much stuff going on, and so it's like, do I want to deal with all this again? Do I have to like? Do I want to relearn all this this new stuff? And I said, I like the game, but this is overwhelming right now, so I'm just gonna like, I'm just gonna leave it alone. I do like the vibe very much of the game, and I wish I could go back to it. There's some neurocloud getting uploaded somewhere. The black dragon, the one that'll melt the hunter into his scales to basically use him as armor. Ooh, sounds interesting. Ezio's broken in reverse. He is, from what I heard, but I don't know. Maybe it's like a balance broken. I don't know how that works out. Did you see the new Limbus event trailer? Basically unofficial Uma collab. Oh, you mean the Princess Maker thing where you like raise, I guess, the girl I haven't met yet, but I've seen her around because I think it's like Honglu's sister or something. I haven't seen the trailer itself. I kind of avoided it, but I have seen like little screenshots here and there. So I kind of have an idea what's going on. But yeah, I not the trailer itself, I have seen it. Do I want to spend tens of hours of my life again? Reason I vote most gachas. Fair, fair. I go back to some of the ones I do enjoy. And there's definitely a couple I stick to that I like a lot. But I'm trying to like keep them to a minimum, like the number I actually play. Because once you I like to be on top of each gacha that I do play. But I also have a lot of other stuff I need to do, so I can't like dedicate too much time to them. So trying to not put too much on my plate, but it's hard when there's a lot that are actually pretty interesting to me. So how do I get my fix? I feel like I have to like watch other people. That's really the best way to do it. But I also kind of want to play it also. I don't know. It's a complicated thing. It's not like you lose them forever, but their due date and the stamina is consumed. You gotta use them. Yeah, you do lose them forever if you don't use them. That's the thing, though. Critter rehab is completely optional. Try to commit it time in it, and it's simple. Just a side quest. You won't get pulls from it. Gotcha. All right. Anyway, let's continue with this. Dante, I understand your considerable degree of disorientation, but right, we're in the warp train. We got woken up mid-freeze, or at least mid-trip. So why did we get waken up? We were supposed to wake up at the other end. But you know what? If you're in the warp train, that's never the what do you call this? That's never happening. What? What the hell happened? First things first, let's rewind and return to the very start of this highly unfavorable situation we find ourselves in. A few days ago, our next... I'm gonna try my best for Julius' voice, but his voice is so gravelly, it's so difficult. Our next destination is to a warp train, Dante. What? Yep, that's where it all started. We got this at the end of the last thing. There I was, still perplexed by the incidents at T-Corp, with my awful idea of clearing the air by asking Virgilius for our next destination, not knowing the storm that my innocent question would bring. Verily, I must have misheard? I'm quite certain you didn't, Donkey. You didn't say Don Quixote. I'm quite certain you didn't, Quixote. We are now en route to T-Corp, Warp Train Station. That warp train station must have some conundrum that must be resolved there, indeed. A quest that must be swiftly addressed at the station, yes? Did a distortion pop up at one of the warp platforms or something? I see that you are now significantly less inclined to take on some side jobs, but no. We are aboard. We are boarding the warp train to get to P Corp. End of story. There's nothing between the lines, so don't try reading into it. And no one liked that. It was only natural that the sinners immediately fell into a state of collective dumbfounded shock. None of the sinners have any history of working at W Corp, but we're actually taking the train. Though what vague information we could gather from the identities, we all had some fragmentary knowledge about the terrible secrets of the warp train's operations. I initially considered hiding this information from the rest of the sinners, but since sharing things with everyone and letting them get their 2 cents in usually ended up being pretty helpful, I've been sharing more of these as of late. Though I have a very dim, if present at all, recollections from the time during which I wear the identities. It can be determined from the conversational records between the manager and the identities that the mechanisms behind the warp train's operations can be deemed as somewhat bizarre and inefficient. Extremely bizarre, extremely inefficient, and also why. Oh yeah, it's that 10-second trip that actually takes a long time, right? And when the train reaches the destination, they just wipe the passengers' memories? Yeah, that one. I also heard that the passengers get so tired and weary that they start literally ripping and tearing into one another. Sounds like I might finally have a chance to see a masterpiece with my own eyes. At least one of us is excited about this. Even when the sinners wear the identities through my identity cards, the identity's memories and beliefs don't bleed into them once it's over and done with, thankfully. I remember when Faust explained that due to the risks associated with embracing such influences, there was a filtering process to initially block them from reaching the sinners. That's why the sinners could use the identities of some of our worst enemies without getting infected by their philosophies and whatnot, and that's why Sinclair can be basically Enclair and still be, Sinclair that's kind of a scaredy cat. Always count on Ryocha for being hyped for someone else's hate. Yes. But it also meant that they couldn't retain any new information that each identity had to offer. That's why I keep a record of some things that sound particularly important and sometimes share it with the rest of the sinners. My voice doesn't really carry well past the window, so most of our communications are one-sided, but I had an abundance of W Corp identities, so it wasn't difficult to piece together the truth behind the trains. But, maybe ignorance really is bliss. Your alarmed response and the possible incompliance have already been accounted for. Lady Faust, when thou hast known this all along, wherefore hast thou not deigned to tell me of this? Faust has indeed known this all along, as no knowledge is out of Faust's reach. As expected, a solution to your dilemma has already been prepared, which is... I seriously doubt your solution involves not getting on the train. So what is it? The bus? Oh, what about this bus? There's no way this thing fits inside a car? Train car? Sharon vetoes too. No one to feed Mephi when Sharon is gone. Miss Faust. The rearmost tail cars of warp trains are all freight cars. That is where Mephistopheles will be safely fastened and transported. And the LCB will have the benefit of boarding as first-class passengers. The bus begins to swell with noise again, though in a slightly different air to the alarm response from earlier. First-class passengers? What, the seats of those pompous toffs? Even on normal trains, you got those sods whose proudest accomplishment in life is planting their arses in first-class seats, while others are cramming themselves into freight cars because they haven't cashed for even an economy ticket. Hey, don't look at me. I've never ridden one of those first-class seats before either. Isn't the tickets for a first-class seat like as expensive as 3 to 4 months' salary of a first-year wing employee? Can our budget really handle getting a ticket for all of us? There are... how many of them are there? 12? Plus Dante, so that's 13. Is Virgilius coming? Yes. Is Karen coming? Yes, that's 15 people the company has to pay for. The company's budget is not a subject that warrants your concern. Where are we getting our money from? I heard first-class passengers get some cool bonus stuff like personalized private capsules or something, don't they? That is the promotional language, yes. They are I'm getting my L's and R's mixed up ever since I started doing Japanese again. And it's not helping. They are flash freeze hibernation capsules, to be precise. They have been designed to easily withstand the true amount of time it takes for the warp train to travel from point A to point B. The trip will be over in a blink of an eye for the passengers. The company's regard for our well-being is unfamiliar yet welcome. To be provided such extravagance merely for our comfort, such occurrence is quite seldom. Right? I honestly thought they were going to slip us the guide and Karen into the first-class seats, and ship the rest of us in the economy cars. This seems like an unnecessary luxury. They should have saved their budget and given only the executive manager and their loyal advisor access to those seats. No, Otis. Do you want to get kicked into economy too? Because we can do that. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're taking the train to get to our next mission, right? We have to think about the unique nature of war trains and prepare ourselves accordingly. Right? I know it's first class and all, but warp trains are just plain creepy. I knew you'd also be worried about. For example, economy passengers are going to have a hard time getting into a first class car. If they can even attempt to open it, I mean. I'm pretty sure the door separating the cars is ironclad. Ishmael, who'd been holding the first class promotional pamphlet in her hands for a while, was chattering on with fire in her eyes. We won't even have to lift a finger. We just have to board the train, get into our capsules, shut our eyes, and snooze the entire ride until all that mess in the other cars blows over. I heard they used to give out commemorative merch back when their finances weren't in the gutter, and then she's like, okay, this might not be so bad, but she's also going crazy about it for some reason. Oh. A true adventure is not without its hardships. Yet, even the most exalted of heroes cannot venture without respite. And in very rare occasions, a hero may even deign to select a first-class seat to rest in place of a quaint inn. Indeed. Seems like everyone was at least somewhat interested in the fabled first-class seats of warp trains. I can sense that there was a growing consensus among listeners that even a warp train trip might be acceptable if it meant that they could ride in the first-class seats. I will board wait, what do you say? I will board the train if I must. Well, we kinda have to. We don't have a choice, dude. Is first-class seating mandatory? I prefer the scenic route. I don't want to miss out on all the fun. You're gonna get plenty of fun, apparently, since we all woke up now. Virgilius pretended not to hear Ryochi's question. Very well. Then I assume that we are all in agreement. Let's go. I have a matter of great import to discuss with thee. What is it? Out with it, lass. Beating around the bush ain't like you. Don Quixote carefully began, almost whispering in a low voice. That is, in the first-class seats. I have heard tell that we must board with our feet freed from our boots. Doth that claim hold water? Oh, come on now. What kind of nonsense gossip is this coming from this time? 'Tis no gossip. Forsooth, I have overheard aught from those we have walked past ere today, and when one of them inquired, you know that you gotta go barefoot in first class, right? The other responded with, of course, man, what am I, stupid? Wait, why would they even do that? Doth the traveler speak true, Ishmael? Don't ask me, I've never been on one of those either. I don't remember seeing anything like that on the pamphlet. Give me a sec. I mustn't be separated from Rocinante, not even for a twinkle. I shan't toss Rocinante to the side next to such vulgarity, such the ugly shoes of Sir Heathcliff. Oh, you little. I implore thee. Oh, illustrious red gaze, prithee grant me thy permission and allow me to board with Roshinante? why is a Tay there? I expected Virgilius to answer with his usual exasperated rebuff. Contrary to my expectations, however, he responded in a somewhat serious tone, if tainted by that familiar annoyance. Fine. Keep your shoes on. I guess you have to take your shoes off, but why? Why must you take your shoes off when you get frozen? Well, we're not fighting yet, so... Northern Fixer. This place is huge. That was my first impression of the warp train station. Oh-ho, so this is... Don Quixote shouted vibrantly, immediately recovered from her previous apprehension of the sheer possibility that she might be separated from Roshinante. So each nest has one of these massive structures in them? I mean, it's a train station. I got nothing. Oi, know anything about what they're asking? Heathcliff asked, gesturing toward Mersault with his chin. No? Every warp station has been built with a general design philosophy that draws from their respective nest architectural idiosyncrasies. It can also be said that many critics in relevant fields praise the warp train stations as one of the many cultural cornerstones of the city. I have no idea when it happened, but Heathcliff started treating Mersault like a walking encyclopedia from time to time. Mersault, young Mersault, young? Lo, is that passenger over yonder one of the from the west? Incorrect. Leather-based clothing and metal armor are predominant fashion trends often visible in the outfits of the Western population. While that individual's cloth-based style is somewhat ubiquitously observed throughout the population of the North and South, they are largely considered to be an Eastern fashion trend, largely seen among the West. Gosh darn it, he yapping when he yaps. Prithee, slow thyself, for I must make a record of thy lectures. What wisdom doth thou have to impart regarding the fashion of the northern region? I have once espied in a magazine that they are garbed in puffy, loose-fitting outfits. Understandably so, given the colder climate of the region. An opportunity for a first-hand observation stands before you. This guy? Gosh darn, I cannot Don Quixote yell right now. I cannot Don Quixote yell right now. Ah! Ah! 3 seconds of screaming duet. One of utter fascination, the other of unmitigated frustration. What the shit? You nearly blew out my eardrums. You have eardrums under there? You're the one to talk. Dude, I've got an audible frequency range expansion implant in my eardrums. Holy shit, man. Now get the hell out of my way. You're blocking the walkway like a ragtag band of hicks who've never even seen a warp train before. Damn it, I take the train all the way here for an expedition, only lose my target. And now these assholes are trying to blow out my eardrums. Great, just great. I love this. Guys, it's not obvious that we've never been on a warp train before. And the round trip ticket fee came straight out of my damn pocket. Whoa, watch out, big fella. Someone might get seriously hurt if you keep swinging those arms around. 4 arms. He's got 4 arms. Each holding a weapon to boot. Prithee, wilt thou stand still for but a moment to satisfy a few inquiries of mine regarding thy outfit? Oh, yes. Stand in absolute stillness for 5 minutes and... Seriously? The fixer, with a particularly impressive set of prosthetic arms, spent a few minutes venting several of his numerous grievances at us before storming off to a different platform. Indeed. 'Tis grand. This city of sundry odd personalities. You're one to talk. I'm pretty sure he was thinking the same thing. I guess there really are a lot of people in the city with full body prosthetics. That's when Virgilius slowly walked up to our group. Well then, we'll rendezvous at the destination. Huh? Will the illustrious Red Gaze not ride alongside us? W Corp Posse demands that fixers bestowed with a color title must board a train specially prepared for them instead. Ah, I wonder why. Oh, are you like riding the first class plus or something? That's a color fixer for you, I guess. Special treatment from the wings no matter where he goes. Yeah, I mean, I guess he... What is it? Virgilius getting special treatment just because he's a color fixer is kind of funny. And like, they probably don't go through the same shenanigans that we do in the regular train. Not even the first class people. I wonder if it's like a warp train of just first class, or just, you know, a regular train that doesn't have the shenanigans of a regular warp train. Anyway, if they were to be in a regular train, I feel like the train itself would like go explode, considering the stuff that goes on in there. So yeah, probably for the best. I know what happens in a warp train because I have played Library of Arena. So I'm not unfamiliar with warp trains work. But for anyone who doesn't know how warp trains work, you already have the clues given to you. It's supposed to be a 10-second ride, but it's not a 10-second ride because there's other stuff happening. Why would you get frozen? That's not... You're not supposed to be frozen a 10-second ride. You can just like blink and you will be there. So yeah. Anyway, I'm assuming the color fixer trains are regular trains and not actually warp trains. Or maybe they're actually warp trains, but they work like normal. So, that's my guess. Karen wants to go back to Mephi. Mephi will be lonely. I've told you before, Karen. 3 separate times, actually. Each time I bought you one of those candies that people aren't allowed aboard the freight cars. Then Miss Faust. Yes. Virgilius, after exchanging a knowing look and nod with Faust, escorted the particularly peeved Karen away. Dante, let us proceed this way. We followed Faust's guidance to the entrance of our train car. Oh wow, everyone's getting their color back. Whoa, hey, our colors are starting to come back. Oh. Hey, this must be the fabled complimentary food and drink of the first class seats. Heck yeah, of course. Quality stuff like these gotta be included with that insane pricing. The general response to this room was a surprise at the rows upon rows of expensive-looking, sizable capsules. Flash freeze hibernation, huh? I guess it literally freezes our bodies in a flash. Yes, that's kind of how it works. Otherwise, if you like slow freeze, then your cells would literally burst open and you would die from the slow freezing. But if you get flash frozen, you basically preserve the freshness of your body, basically, and you'll be fine supposedly after you get thawed. I don't know. I feel like cryogenics as a actual thing is super iffy because you need a lot of energy to keep those temperatures at, I think, minus 80 degrees Celsius or something. And that's super expensive. There's I'm assuming liquid nitrogen. I'm also assuming just general power usage. And I don't know if anyone's been successfully thawed from that. Yeah, wouldn't do it myself personally. No. Pierre would love flash frozen human meat. Anyway. Faust, are these flash freeze hibernation devices safe? Please elaborate on your exact definition of safe. These things are supposed to freeze us solid, right? Can we really come back from something like that? A flash freeze hibernation device will put you in a temporary state of death caused by rapid cellular cryopreservation process. However, the rapidity of the process prevents damage to your cells during the phase change. This is what I'm talking about. That's actual science right there. like I said, if you are slowly frozen, like let's give an example really quick. There's a reason why people tell you not to use like don't use pre-frozen meat unless it's flash frozen, because the quality of the meat isn't quite the same if you just chuck it into your freezer and take it out to thaw. It takes a little bit of time to freeze that. However, in the right conditions, if you flash freeze something like you would for seafood, like you flash freeze crabs and stuff like that, then you preserve how fresh they were when they were caught, and you don't damage the meat, and it's actually good that way. Now, are flash frozen crabs, when they get defrosted, alive still? Most of the time, no. But if you're lucky to get one still alive, I don't know what you do with it. Just make sure you don't get bit? Chomped? I don't know. They don't chomp. They got pincers. Pinched, yeah. Therefore, in most normal cases, this will not cause any issues. Faust is aware that this model has fully resolved cell membrane breaching issues caused by cryogenic density change, or by ice crystal growth of water molecules. And there's a main reason why the your cells would basically burst open. And what is this? Because water expands when it freezes, and the water in your cells, when they expand, will burst your cells, and you don't want that. You will actually die. I missed about half of what you said, but your point is it's safe, right? Yes, it's safe. Yes, as far as Faust is aware, even if an issue were to arise during the journey, because everyone will be reverted to their states at the beginning of the train trip upon arrival, there won't be any lasting complications from the said problem. You got some real talent in dragging out something so simple as, yeah, it's safe, to so many words, seriously. Indeed, as Faust's talents are not limited to a singular field. She's so smug about that too. Okay, but that still leaves a lot to be worried about. Just as I was wondering, however, I realized that there was something odd about the way she phrased that answer. As far as Faust is aware, are you saying that it could be wrong? As a general rule, Faust does not err. However, Faust is also not a divine being. There are certain information in the world that Faust is yet to have access to. Therefore, while Faust may speak the facts, what is said may not always align with the truth. Faust may speak the facts, but may not always align with the truth. Then that would make it not fact, right? Right? Okay. They don't call first class for nothing, I guess. P-Corp's way up there in the northernmost corner of the city. But this thing will take us there in a blink of an eye, huh? That's one hell of a time saver. Hoo-ha! 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 Prepare thyself, Rocinante. Thus begins the long jaunt. Oh, I've been meaning to ask Don Quixote. Do you ever, wash those shoes? Guys, does anyone here wash their shoes? I don't think I've ever washed my shoes, ever. Like, why would you do that? Where did that come from, Rhodia? You wash your shoes? Really? Okay, that's the first one I've seen then. I do know they have like special like in some laundromats, they have like special shoe washing washers, for lack of a better word. But it's like, people actually do this? But I mean, what's the point of actually washing your shoes though? I guess that's the thing I'm trying to get at. No, I mean, like, think back to when we were inside that whale. Mainly washing because red clay stains do not come off as easy as people think. Fair. Depends if they get dirty from something, but it's just dirt or mud won't bother. Yeah, that's kind of my feel to it. Speaking of dirt or mud, I do have like boots that I use a lot for hiking, and if those get like dirt or mud on it, I usually don't even try to wipe it off. It's kind of like a badge of honor for those things. So it's like, why wash off the experience is my take on that one. But I guess for regular shoes, it depends on what shoes you got. Maybe you don't want to like wash leather shoes. Leather shoes, if you wash them, I feel like that's maybe bad stuff happens to it. I don't know. Do leather shoes shrink if you try to dry them? Well, if it's just washing, I guess you're not putting it in a dryer. But still, I feel like air drying shoes, they still might get stinky from if you don't dry them correctly. Maybe that's my main concern. When the whale blew up, we got all kinds of gross slimy bits on us. They were on our clothes, our shoes, and everything. Ah, right, the whale stuff. Yeah. And do you remember how much we had to scrub to get that bloody, fishy, fleshy gunk out of our clothes? This really isn't something I want to revisit, but yeah. Leather should be hand washed and machine washed. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Right? And do you also remember how Don Quixote never took off her shoes once during that whole ordeal? Okay, I guess they do look a bit filthy. Probably also super worn. I ask thee, dear compatriots, hast thou ever witnessed an errant knight who leaves the side of their beloved steed? You're calling your shoes a steed. Can't say I ever witnessed a knight before, though. Then thou shalt know, starting now. Behold it, hearken to it, and remember it well. They don't spare us even a moment of quiet, do they? Whoa, have you been on one of these, Otis? I have been treated to premium VIP seats of similar grandiosity back when. This is nothing to fuss over. Otis, who was sitting there and shaking her legs, suddenly asked Faust a question. Hey, you're confident that no accidents ever occurred in one of these first-class cars, yes? Not that you know of, but it has happened in Ruina before. In order to prevent cases of unnecessary anxiety and misgivings among the sinners, the history of accidents that have occurred aboard warp trains will not be shared. That does not inspire confidence. Wait, what the? Beep? Oh, I think we're leaving soon. This is for Warp Train PW612, bound for P Corp. Boarding period is ending soon. The sinners, who were either leisurely enjoying their complimentary snacks or taking a look around the first-class car, suddenly became a lot busier. Then let us hurry and enter our capsules before it is too late. Oh no, why isn't this? The other sinners made it into their capsules no problem, but I felt like I was the only one who's fumbling. Is it anxiety, Dante? I think so. Initiating warp in 10 minutes. Allow me to assist you. Stand as though you are leaning back and... Ah, that is hilarious. You can kind of tell who's who here. But I think the most obvious one is Don Quixote over here. Why are you praising the sun while getting frozen? What purpose does this serve? Okay, we got Don Quixote over here. I'm thinking this might be Yi-Sang. This is Faust. And this is Hong Lu, and this is too far to tell who the heck this is. She is praising the sun. Faust expertly guided me into the capsule as though she'd done something like this before, then pressed the button inside the capsule to close the hatch. Do not worry too much. We will meet again in but a moment, Dante. I thought I heard a brief sigh, but the hatch shut tightly before I could ask her anything. Initiating warp. Please confirm that your seatbelts are firmly fastened. What if you're in the first class? Does that mean like firmly frozen? The last thing I saw before my capsule began to fill with gas was Faust climbing into her own capsule opposite of mine. I had no idea then. What she really meant, we will meet again in but a moment. Well, I mean, she didn't mean it like this. I hope she didn't mean it like this. Dante, you must wake up. Dante. But one thing I knew for sure was an inconceivable situation has occurred. His head is blue? Oh wait, I didn't notice that. That's something that's seriously gone wrong. I did not notice his hair being blue. Or I guess his fire being blue. I didn't realize it could turn blue. Okay, hold up. Before we continue, my water ran out, so I need to take a refill. Let me leave you... Sorry, I'm gonna have to leave you this screen. Anyway, be right back. Alright, I am back. Got some water and also got some crackers here. Hopefully that'll help with my throat a little bit. Yeah. If you've never been in a a freezer before, going from cold to hot is painful. Like once you're actually in the freezer itself, you don't feel cold per se, but you will slowly feel like you're about to, you know, curl up into a ball and maybe want to sleep there forever. Don't do that. You will probably die. You will probably die. I say this as someone who's been inside a minus 20 degrees Celsius freezer and also reached into a minus 80 degree Celsius degrees of freezer before. Not been in one, but have reached into one. Cold. No. No. Well, so what? Okay, everyone else is frozen still. It's just Dante who is awake and Faust? But Faust is not. Faust is out of her thing, so but they still show her here. Love freezers, like the big Costco ones and stuff. I don't think I've been in one of those. We're here already? Wow, I guess that wasn't an exaggeration at all. It all really happened in the blink of an eye. As always, Faust was giving me her usual look, which was a complete lack of any emotive expression. Which I suppose is why it didn't immediately register that something had gone awry. No, we are not yet our destination. Huh? When I finally came to, and after I had some time to digest that odd reply, I looked up at her face once again. And realized that her expression was more antsy than usual by a microscopically minuscule degree. Can we tell? So this train is still running? Yes. Oh! I do see her expression change by a tiny, minuscule degree. Can you see it, guys? Or is it just me? Hold up. Let me point out what I am seeing, because this is kind of important. This is kind of important. Because it's really hard to read her emotions a lot of times. But eyebrow, eyes, and actually a slight little frown. Which is kind of amazing that they can actually do that. Hold up, I also need to... Oh, I did not adjust this properly. Did I not adjust this properly? Ah, that's why it kind of looks a little cut off. Huh. Okay, let's bring you down then. And this should be fine now. Faust's expressions, yes she does. At the very least, you can see her smug face like every so often. But worried? Very hard to read. Then where, wait, what did you say? Then where are we? Okay. I believe we are currently stranded in an unidentified dimension. Coordinates unknown. I took a reflexive, deep breath from the sheer horror of the numerous implications stuffed into that dryly delivered sentence. When that passed, the first thing that struck my mind was that we were about to suffer the very thing that we were so worried about. I see. But I soon found myself calming down. Yeah, this had to be part of Faust's plan. She probably saw this coming a mile away. I'm sure she's about to proudly tell me every little detail of her plan that will help us out of this situation. But this is all just part of the plan, right? Faust? Right? That was an unusually long silence from Faust. You are half correct, yet half incorrect. Yes, when you say you're half correct, that would also imply that we're also half incorrect. You did not have to specify that. With that, Faust left me to flounder in the chaotic stream of vaguely terrifying information as she began stopping by each capsule to wake the sinners. Oh, we're waking everyone up. I see. Oh, we're here already? Man, it really happened in the blink of an... No. Oh, what's this? We're here already? For real? It happened in the blink of an... No. I see what we're doing here. I see. Whoa, we're here already? I guess I was worrying over nothing. No. Oh. No. That's great. Yet I have not uttered a single word. There was a brief cheer, a little hurrah about regaining our colors, followed by a flat-toned explanation of our current predicament, which was then followed by a long-loaded silence, which was a sequence of events that I had the pleasure of watching play out on about 10 consecutive occasions. Dante, I understand your confusion. However, perhaps an elaboration of our present circumstance is necessary. And that brings us to the present. Let me get this straight. This train's still running. And we're drifting through some unknown dimension. Ooh. Oh crap, I thought she had more. Ooh, odd about that striketh me as quite dramatic. Most importantly, are you saying that you already knew that this would happen, Faust? Yes. What the hell is wrong with you, huh? Huh? Wait, what? What's going on? Confusion. What's going on? Oh dang! Holy crap! Brian, thank you for the 20 gifted. Wow. It's not the first time you did this, but thank you. Anyone who's gotten a gifted from Brian, thank him too, please. Was not expecting that. Anyway, Let's continue. The sinners each begin to voice their anger, because Faust knew but did not tell. Well, of course, yeah. Of course, this wasn't the first time Faust and Virgilius intentionally and knowingly omitted certain details about events in our plan. What, are you insane? It's not like we can just retreat or jump out of that door when stuff hits the fan. Opening a door will result in near immediate destruction of the physical body. Good to know, Mersal. Good to know that's what's actually going to happen when we step out the train. It happens in real trains too, but it wouldn't be like immediate disappearance. You kind of like get torn apart first. But hey, Fao, at least you know what to do like you always do. You got a plan, right? That's a face of no. I think I also see a little tiny bit of a sweat drop here. It's hard to tell though. She's so freaking pale. Right? Faust, whom I had rarely ever seen at a loss for words, was unusually slow to respond. What's up with her? Lass looks totally out of it today. She gives me a sideways glance. There must be something she can't discuss in front of the sinners. Guys, let's pause for a bit. She said that something inconceivable's happened. The other sinner's anger was completely understandable. It also makes sense that this continued lack of communication was harming our trust in Faust. Alright, we're going to go over the situation from the start, okay? But just letting things play out might really turn everyone against Faust, and for good. Besides, I doubt Faust woke us up in the middle of the trip just to spite us. First things first, I gotta get the sinners to calm down. Then I'll ask Faust to tell us what happened. If there's a problem, we'll figure it out and deal with it as we move along. Tell us what's going on, Faust. All of it. And in a way we can all understand. Let's hear her out first. Is that okay with you guys? If you say so, I'll go along with it. Fine. Suppose losing my rag rarely ever did anything. Thank you. Then, after some time, the gist of Faust's explanation was as follows. Thank you. The cause of this issue, as always, involved a certain contract and a unilateral decision from the higher-ups of Limbus company. Why is it always a company that says, oh hey, we're gonna send you to P-Corp. Oh hey, you have to go to the warp train. Oh hey, you get the first class seats. Oh hey, also, you're gonna get woken up in the middle of the trip. That's a deal breaker right there. But we have no choice. So what the heck? W Corp caught wind of Limbus Company's recent distortion contract management promotions, and decided to contract us to deal with a mysterious repeated series of incidents suspected to have been caused by distortion. After multiple failed attempts to resolve it on their own, of course. The distortions themselves likely did not pose a problem for W Corp. Based on the available information, it can be determined that they would have all been neutralized as soon as the train arrived, and any transformed passengers would have been reverted to their human forms. But the real issue was that the passengers were disappearing. Passengers spirited away? Alas, such is an impossibility aboard these trains, is it not? That is the question for which we must discover the precise cause and effect for. Did W Corp share anything to get us started? That appears to be the most prominent cause of this misunderstanding. You mean there is nothing? She explained that W Corp refused to share anything about the trains because they were concerned about maintaining the secrets of their singularity. I see. Maybe that's exactly why they sought out an upstart business like Limbus Company to deal with this, now that I think about it. We wouldn't even know where to start if we didn't have access to the information that the identity cards had to offer. Faust produced what appeared to be a keycard with W Corp logo on it before continuing with her explanations. However, we were given this master keycard that can open and close the hibernation capsules at will. We may return to our respective capsules as soon as the contract is fulfilled, and safely complete the rest of the journey as we had planned from the beginning. These bloody wings, every single one of them is absolutely balmy. I think it's a bit unkind of them to ask us to finish the puzzle without all the important pieces, right? At least at T-Corp, their chief executive director tagged along as our assistant, not to mention kindly explaining so many new things to us. It sounds like Miss Faust was stuck between a rock and a hard place herself. Some sinners grew more receptive after her explanations, albeit with a sigh. I would have appreciated if you at least gave us a hint. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but it's not like there's someone out there monitoring your every move and every word, right? Maybe. That is... But not everyone was willing to let this go without saying their piece. Next time, I will take your inputs into account. And that's everything I can do for her. It's an undeniable truth that Faust has disappointed the sinners with what she's done. But she is Faust after all. I'm sure she has backup plans full of backup plans to get us out of the situation. So what's next on our agenda? Yeah, what's done is done, right? Besides, it's not like we're gonna rot away for thousands of years inside that metal box. That is something I must first discuss with Dante. Discuss? But discussing things with other people is very unlike Faust. What are we discussing, Faust? We must converse in a lower volume, Dante. What? Whispering. Her secretive attitude only exacerbated my already battered sense of safety. My connection to Faust has been severed. I see. Are you telling me this train does not have Wi-Fi during the trip? No wonder people are losing their minds in the economy seats since there's no Wi-Fi. Oh my gosh. No data either, I'm assuming. Well, Gesellschaft. So Gesellschaft is either, as you call it, Faustcord or Reddit in this case. Probably Faustcord seems more appropriate considering how fast stuff gets through. Okay, but the thing is there's no Wi-Fi and Faust is basically a walking computer that needs Wi-Fi connection at all times to get to the Faustcord. Wow. I'm sorry, what? I cannot access Faust's knowledge at the moment. I guess I really was right to be anxious. So what did we just learn? Internet connections on a warp train is a must. However, logistical reasons prevent us from having such things on the warp train. Oh, I can actually try out Honglu now. Okay, let's try you too. Oh crap, I forgot to change you out. Unless this was, this was a different one. No, this is the one. Let's do you. Oh, probably a bad idea to put Pequod ish here. Let's put you and you. Oh, we can use all 12? Wait. Oh, we have backups now. Oh, we got backups now. We're not using backups though. Do we even have an actual year for Limbus Company? I feel like the year doesn't matter. It could be basically a very advanced version of our current year. It just so happens to be very, very dystopian. Yeah, but not... Gesellschaft simply means company in German. Really now? Okay. So Limbus Gesellschaft, that's hilarious. What do you mean you can't? I mean it in the most literal sense. My access to Faust's input and information, which has always been readily available, is completely severed. Guys, if you had the choice to be mentally connected to the internet at all times, would you? Or at least one thing on that needs internet connection at all times, would you? I guess the Faust cord would be like pretty nifty to have. But what if you can't shut off the Faust cord? I guess for mentally unstable people, Faust cord would be a bad idea. Pretty sure we have a date on the world map. Oh, we do. I never noticed it. But personally speaking, I don't know. Can you get games on the Faust cord, or is it just literally just Faust cord? My friends would definitely try to fill my brain with nasty crap. Wait, what's going on? What's going on? More gifted? Brian, you already did 20 today. What's up with the extra 5? Thank you again. But what the heck? I don't know what to say, dude. I don't know what to say. We are gonna be getting, I feel like we're gonna be getting more emotes soon because of this. I just need to figure out what emotes to put in. But thank you. Thank you. Alright, let's keep going. Yeah. No internet connection, no Faust cord. Oh, what if everything about this situation is something you don't have access to yet? Like you said last time. It is kind of funny that the Faust cord basically gates the information based on where she is at the moment. It's like, nah, spoilers, can't give you that. Okay, this, or like, oh hey, this is coming up ahead. You might want to know about this. And she is totally open to that kind of thing. I think I did read a little bit of Mal Faust's story when I uptied her. And I think she mentioned something where she doesn't want to be part of the Faust cord, which I thought was funny. It's like she is her own Faust. She will follow the way of the Blade Faust and not what everyone else on the Faust cord is saying. Mal Faust, a big Faust cord hater. What do you think? Assuming all the other Mirror World versions, all the other identities of Faust is in the Faust cord, what do you think N-Corp Faust is doing? Actually, we know what N-Corp Faust is doing. She's basically on the computer all the time, like making Sinclair posts for some odd reason. Yeah, she's definitely doing that. One cannot completely dismiss a possibility, but even that is uncertain. Hating on multi-crack Faust. Oh yeah, there is the oh crap, which Faust is that? The one with the prosthetics? I guess the fixers that we met earlier, though, that kind of Faust. I have the Heathcliff version of that at least. Every answer Faust has given me was always full of confidence and methodical expertise, because she's literally taking everything from the internet and like saying it as fact. I don't think she's ever said a sentence that was this full of speculation and doubt. Then Faust, you are... Yes, at this moment I am. Limited to operating only with my knowledge. You should have made a backup. Oh wait, no. I guess she only knows what she knows, but she doesn't know what she doesn't know, which is what every other Faust knows. Okay, that does make sense. So no access to Warp Train Faust, who probably knows what's going on around here. I cannot discern the cause of this disconnection. More than enough precautions have likely been taken in case of interdimensional travel, but perhaps Faust did not take into account an occasion in which we may have to access an unidentified dimension such as this, or even if it was taken into account. This particular dimension may not have yet been subject to cross-observation. So you're saying in normal circumstances, maybe in other warp train events, the Faust cord would still be working, but because we're in an unknown space, Faust cord does not have a connection here. Gotcha. Imagine N Corp Faust, the one random friend sending racial slurs and memes. He definitely hates clankers. If that is not the case, and no, never mind. There was nothing that suggested that my connection to Faust would be lost, not even as we boarded the train. To be honest, this is a rather disagreeable situation for me. Because now she actually has to think and not, rely on the other Fausts. Right, for now. Now that changes everything. I recall the last thing I saw before the hatch on the capsule closed, when Faust told me not to worry too much. Okay, this is just a minor setback. Nothing we can't beat, right? We got this. I began to mutter like I was trying to convince myself. As the manager, my job is to calm everyone down and set their sights on the future, just as Faust did for me immediately before the hatch closed. If you're right about why you were disconnected, then that problem will solve itself once we're off the train. And if we do run out of options, I'll just turn the clock and see what happens. Don't stress yourself too much. We still have a lot to work with. Your knowledge, my clock, the sinners, and I guess that's about it. I could feel my confidence taking a hit with every word that came out of my metaphorical mouth. But that seemed to be enough for Faust. She nodded. We have Hong Lu and one Heisho. That's about it. Oh, rental team. I haven't seen the rental team. Is this for Mirror Dungeons? If it's for Mirror Dungeons, I haven't really seen it. Understood. And to the sinners, the fact that we are currently confined to a warp train in operation must be a source of enough stress. I believe that sharing Faust's current state with them would add an unnecessary source of tension. That makes sense. Don't tell anyone, but they all go to you for answers, so what do we do? What, so wrecking this door ain't gonna do anything? We're all gonna bite it once it opens? How many times do I have to tell you that you're not even strong enough to break this door down? A billion years in this box. Yeah, good idea. So, what now? Do we have to take a searching sweep around each car or something? In the grand scheme of things, yes. Faust clear the air with a copy for continuing. By A-Corp standard timescale, approximately 3 days have passed since our departure. Just 3 days! That's not too bad. As per the contract between Limbus Company and W-Corp, I acquired the master keycard placed inside my capsule and adjusted the hatch settings to automatically open in 3 days. 3 days, huh? Why 3 days specifically? I feel like I just blinked and I guess that's hibernation for you. As you were all informed prior to boarding, there is no way for the economy class passengers to enter the first class car. That is why this place has remained untouched. However, cross-referencing my own deductions and W-Corp's rather fragmentary explanations, I can assume that the situation is currently under progress in the economy class cars. The situation is currently under progress, meaning they're going crazy. Well, I don't think they go crazy quite yet. They're starting to go crazy, but maybe that's not what's actually happening here. Because I think if I remember from Ruina, it took them like weeks before they actually went crazy, and years before they actually did stuff. The part where they trashed the shite out of one another, tearing their limbs off and all that mess? No, I doubt that. I don't think it gets bad in just 3 days. Besides, that's supposed to be business as usual for W Corp, right? There must be something else that's out of the ordinary that they want us to deal with. I don't see no rats. Precisely. In my opinion, it is... Wait, how many times has Faust actually said I and my whenever she talks? I know we have established that she is disconnected from the Faust cord, the Discord, but she's saying I and my more often now, which I hopefully some of the sinners catch on. It's like my, I, not Faust. Rarely ever, right? Ooh, hold that thought for but a moment. Just as Faust was about to continue, Don Quixote raised her index finger to her lips and signaled her to be quiet. But why? Dost thou hear aught as I do? Scratching, nay, rapping. Forsooth, past this gate must be... As Don Quixote kept listening with her ear to the door, an odd expression of half curiosity and half horror appeared on her face. Is it possible there must be... Lady Faust? After that very distressful noise, everyone simultaneously turned their heads to look at Faust, as if expecting an answer from the now having to play it by ear Faust, who closed her eyes briefly in thought. Please step aside for a moment, Don Quixote. It would be best if I observe it with my own eyes. With that, she produced a master keycard from her pocket and approached the panel installed next to the door. Whoa, hang on a minute. You're going to open the door? I intend to follow your usual flavor of suggestion, Heathcliff. That there are times in which a physical altercation is preferable to detached ruminations. My suggestion? Well, I ain't going to disagree with you there, but what's gotten into you? What's gotten into you, lass? After all, how could I deduce anything without seeing it myself? Okay. There should be red flags among the sinners right now. It's like, wait, deducing? Not just actually saying stuff as if she knows everything? Bleep. After a brief mechanical beat, I see. Someone's already biting the dust. Hideous creatures suddenly crashed through the open door and charged wildly in our direction. That was quick. We don't even get to see what they are. What are they anyway? Ah! Haven't seen these guys before. What are you? Craving blood bag passenger. Bleed? Bleed. Bleed. More bleed. I got you. Any passives on you? Gain +1 bleed count every time this unit is hit? Huh. Consume 3 bleed count on self to gain 1 coagulated blood. Coagulated blood increases. Oh. You want to get rid of them really quickly. And you do not want to use a bleed team on them. Oh, crap. Anyone who mains bleed teams, I guess this is the time to not do that. Okay, I don't know how to use Hong Lu, so I'm just gonna spam wind rate as usual until someone tells me how to use him. Because he has literal walls of text for his passives. You use your bleed team on them. I mean, they still do bleed, but they also bleed and get stronger. Well, they consume the bleed and get stronger, which is not good. Wait, speaking of bleed. Crap! Oh, I have one person that can bleed. I'm gonna have to kick you out. Hong Lu, use S3. Just use S3, that's it. How does Hong Lu work with the Heisho pack anyway? Do you just need at least one Heisho pack in the team? And that's all he needs. You don't need all the other Heisho pack, right? Just one? Because I was rolling for the rest of the Heisho pack and decided to stop it after all my tickets ran out. S3, S3, S3. Only big mechanic is from S3. Nothing special from the passives, or like the passive is like use S3 and everything will take care of itself kind of thing. You want 1 to 2 Heisho minimum for 2 or 3 of his potential. Ah, okay. I think I can maybe shard, I think I can maybe shard Gregor, but I don't think I can shard the rest of them. They're not in the dispensary for some reason. S3 triggers a Heisho S3, then combo skill with them. 2 for Hong Lu, 1 from Heisho. Alright, so just S3, maybe have 1 more Heisho, and everything will be good. Got you. Lady Faust, however similar in appearance they may have been to the passengers, verily, 'tis as though they were in complete sense. They were in complete want of sense. So they mean, I think what she means is they're not aware of what they're doing, or they're not aware at all. Like people pelletified by the whale. Don Quixote hesitated until the last second to raise her weapon against them. She hung her head mournfully. Normally, Faust would have told her more information about those monsters. And why does it text? Faust would have told her more information about those monsters before the fight began, and she would not have been burdened by the sheer thought of bringing harm to the innocent. Faust began searching the area, closely observing various bodies in the general area for information. You appear particularly inquisitive today, Miss Faust. Yeah, aren't you usually the one who has all the answers while we're racking our brains trying to come up with something? The sinners were starting to feel that there's something off about Faust's behavior. They might even soon realize that there's something wrong with Faust. Don Quixote, they are not dead. Observe closer. The parts are all tethered to one another by something, are they not? Oh ho! It appears that the flow of time has ceased in this space. Therefore, it follows that the connections that tether bodies to life and away from death remain intact. To my relief, Faust managed to correctly figure out what's going on like her usual self, even if it took her slightly longer than it usually does. Hey, what'd I say? We got this. What was that about? Nothing. But I've forgotten that not all sinners were content with nodding along to whatever information Faust told us. The flow of time is seized aboard a warp train, is it? Yi Sang grew pensive. Seeing that Faust's lips parted for a moment before closing shut. I was starting to get a good read of her expressions because she's more emotive now than she used to be. That was an unmistakable look of regret, however short-lived. Howbeit, would it not be more accurate to muse that the flow of time has decelerated to the point where, to an extra-dimensional observer, it has slowed to a stop? What is your perspective regarding this suggestion? I think in English he means everything slowed down, that it almost looks like everything stopped. In so many words. Yes, that is a most rational suggestion, Yi Sang. Did Miss Faust just get something wrong? Wow, Yi Sang sure is a time expert, right? Can you summarize it in easier language now that everyone's talking about it anyway? Gladly. If you would allow me. Thank you, Yi Sang. Yi Sang began to elaborate with gentle enthusiasm. That was close. To speak in brevity, it can be said that death is not an element aboard this train. Right, they don't know exactly how warp trains work yet. And can you maybe speak in a little less brevity? To elaborate. Verily, this one's heart still beats. Don Quixote lowers her head and listens closely to what appeared to be a dismembered torso, and shouts with relief. Just wait until they mesh people together into one big entity. You don't want that. Their state is akin to an assembled jigsaw puzzle, merely immobilized and separated. Though their corpus has been sundered, the concept of death is a state of, for all intents and purposes, eternal delay aboard this train. Existence and continuance of a moratorium. English, please. Forced they are to be tethered upon the thinnest yet tenacious thread of life. I ill understood what hath been said here, yet they are not dead all the same. If their severed parts are all connected, then it can be said that no matter how entangled their bodies become, it is not impossible to eventually gather their parts together for a single passenger. I see we want to make a Tamari right now. Let's not make a Tamari again, please. Though they don't probably know that. Thus, naturally, we can determine how and why the profession W Corp cleanup agent has come to be. I see. Because someone will have to categorize and reconstruct these puzzles once the journey is over. It really is baffling to me that a job like that even exists. Ever seen a wing that wasn't baffling in every sense of the word? Has there actually been a somewhat normal wing, now that I think about it? So we had, I guess technically we had Lobotomy Corp aside. I feel like Lobotomy Corp is like so far the least threatening wing, minus all the abnos in their cells that if escaped into the town would actually kill everyone. But we stopped that from happening. That is before, you know, the whole thing with Lob Corp itself. I don't know. I feel like there are some that are kind of normal. Just all of them are some sort of a dystopian. Still, I guess that means that as long as a train arrives at the station, they'll all be put back together like nothing happened. From what I learned through the W Corp identities, their main job was to gather chunks of flesh together to bring them back to their original shapes before they boarded the trains. Excuse me. It's a lot more visceral than when I have to look at it in person. That is quite the auspicious news among ill tidings indeed. It soon clicked in me what Faust was. Wait, it soon clicked in me what Faust was. Okay, so weird. Okay. Though with some awkward effort, trying to do as I watched Don Quixote sigh with relief. Maybe Faust was trying to cheer Don Quixote up in her own way. The other Faust would not find it even necessary to do something like that. Dante. What's up? Oh, time to whisper, right? Indeed. I intend to collect further intelligence. Well, if there's anything I can tell you... Faust cast a dark gaze toward the chunks of flesh. Her gaze remained fixed upon them as she whispered. Are they distortions or abnormalities? Neither. Oh yeah, I actually wanted to ask you about that. They weren't humans, that's for sure. From them, I felt the same sensation I felt from monsters. Something inexplicable, as unclear sensation or an aura. An unclear sensation or aura. I felt this somewhere before, I'm sure of it, but I couldn't quite pinpoint the source of the sensation. One thing I do know for sure is that this sensation was not the same feeling I got from the abnormalities, distortions, or even the Picatula. If I had to lean one way or the other, I'd say they're closer to distortions. I'm sorry, I don't think they're either of those. Is it difficult to be certain at the moment? Again, I'm not sure how I can explain this, but they're very, very similar to distortions, but also different. If you had to ask, then I'm gonna guess Faust doesn't know? Faust may know, but I, at this moment, may have no way of knowing. I feel like I should apologize for that. There is no need, Dante. Though the information you have provided me is rather ambiguous, it has helped me to do something of worth. And collecting intelligence myself and creating deductions based on sparse information is quite... She paused, holding a bloody, slimy chunk of flesh in her hands. Did she just smile to herself with gore in her hands? Ooh, finally, the awakening has begun. Ryoshu is thinking that Faust might be a freak like she is. Nah, that's not what's happening here.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다.
Maybe it's not. I don't know. I've never actually read Faust. I wasn't even aware it was
덧덧덧이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
it was a book. After a round of intelligence gathering from Faust, we opened the door to the next cabin, only to be greeted by a loud commotion. It sounds like there are other survivors. Ah! Passengers in danger! Worry not, for I have arrived to... Oh, wait, no, it's not the same guy. But it's related to the other guy. Whoa, don't come any closer. Who the hell are you guys? A four-armed woman suddenly jumped in our path. She appeared without warning. Faust stumbled a little, inadvertently slapped by the figure's swinging arms as she pushed us away. Right, like you gave me any warning before you practically kicked that door open. Would you mind moving that huge sword out of her faces? It's a bit threatening. Threatening? I'm just trying to protect those civilians in this car. Also, is that a bioprosthetic? Must be an old-timer, huh? I thought those things went out of style forever ago. Yeah, it's kind of a long story. If you're talking about this arm over here, yeah. Oh, you want to see what this old-timer's got left in him? Thou art from the north, verily? Thy garb is that of northerners, no? This really ain't the time, lass. Anyways, it looks like we're in the same mess here. Make way for us, yeah? She seemed to be sizing us up for a moment. Come on, girl. It's one of you versus 12 of us. What are you gonna do? Nah, how do I trust you? Got any proof that you ain't bitten? I'm not gonna let all my efforts protecting this place go to waste. Bitten? The bloody hell are you talking about? Weird. You look completely lost. If you were in one of the economy cars, I'm sure you've seen... Hold on. Are y'all from the first class car? Yeah, we just woke up from our capsules. But none of you look very... aren't first class seats supposed to be... Well, why didn't you say so from the get-go? Name's Sasha. Multi-crack office rep. Multi-crack. That's a fun name. With that, she lowered her weapons and allowed us to pass. Have you not left this car for the duration of the ride, Sasha? No, I haven't. We warped over to T-Corp after picking up one of their contacts. Jeez, can you believe that this train broke down? Shit, is it even broken? I'm not feeling hungry or sleepy at all. It stinks of some shady bullshit if you ask me. You can feel that even if in this... You can feel all that even in a prosthetic body? Man, how could I live without my favorite hobby? Drifting into a sweet nap after a pleasant meal. So I made sure to get high quality parts for him so I can still feel hungry and sleepy. Hasn't something else of note also occurred? You bet your ass did something else of note go down? How distracting. Is it hard for you to speak without being so hyper? She's supposed to be hyper? Or at least stop swinging your arms around like that. Can't do that, friend. I broke all my prosthetic arms in a fight, so I'm calibrating a new set. Gotta keep swinging them if I want them to sync up with the other parts anytime soon. Anywho, I don't know what the hell's going on, but people started turning into some weird monsters all of a sudden. Haven't gotten a clue as to who they are. Don't seem like they can understand us either. Good thing my train car didn't have a lot of those monsters. I just chopped what monsters there were to pieces and hauled the civilians to this vacant car. Or, well, pretty much vacant now. Oh, what did they say? Sob. Oh, someone's crying, I see. 3,201 red colors, 3,202 red colors. And none of them is the red gaze or the red mist. You have decided to protect them despite the potential risk that they may transform as well. But of course! It is expected duty of any valorous fixer to stand guard in the front lines against evil to protect the weak. Nah, I'm pretty sure they're not all like that. I've been keeping a close eye on them for the last 3 days, and so far, 0 transformations. Go past this car and you'll see what hell on earth really means. Those monsters are constantly trying to claw their way to the front of the train. So if you ask me, I'd wager that some shit went down there at one of the train cars in the back, and spread like wildfire till it reached here. Oh, hello, Bonnie. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for the follow on Twitch. I see. And that's all I can tell you about the situation. So what's your story? Why'd you rich first-class folks suddenly decide to grace us peasants with your presence? Oh, wow. Did that rhyme? Grace your presence, grace us peasants with your presence. That's pretty neat. Nothing that's happening here could have made it to your swanky first-class car, so what's your business down here? W Corp has hired us to solve this case. We are, fixers! Indeed, fixers. Technically speaking, probably, yes. Faust nodded reluctantly as she affirmed Don Quixote's boisterous declaration. They got every single one of you a first-class ticket? Your office must be rolling the dough. Don't know, never seen the bank books before. Wait a goddamn second. So W Corp already knew that this would happen? But, are you really contracted to a wing? Not sure if I trust you. As you must be well aware yourself, contracts and contracts fulfillment are of paramount importance for fixers. With that in mind, please recall that W Corp is one of the most secretive wings of the city. Yeah, hell yeah, it's secretive because they want to keep the warp train stuff hush hush, or else no one would ever ride it. Like, imagine this: would you ride a warp train if you knew what went down in one of these things? It doesn't matter if it takes 10 seconds. It doesn't matter if your memory gets wiped at the end of it. Would you willingly ride one of these things if you knew what happened in them? I would not. I absolutely would not, because I still have to go through those thousands, maybe even millions of years. And who knows when we get to the other side. Sure, you forget about it later, but you still have to go through it. I wouldn't do it. I would not do it. I think the worst is the increasing amount of problems happening to them. Yeah. I mean, technically speaking, the stuff that's happening in this particular warp train, or some warp trains where people disappearing completely, isn't normal. But the fact that you could disappear forever is also like another worry. So that's not great. A non-disclosure agreement, huh? Makes sense. I wouldn't want to deal with those Wi-Fi. Oh, is it it's the same, well, it's not the same guys that were in Wuthering Heights, but basically the actual guys, not the ones in Wuthering Heights. Yeah, don't want to deal with the Wi-Fi boys either. Anyways, I'm still gonna have to ask for proof that you're actually contracted by W Corp. Where's the key card? This is the master key card given to us by W Corp. I believe that it can open most doors aboard this train. Faust produced a master key card from her pocket. I guess there isn't any other way for us to prove that we're actually contracted by W Corp. A key card. So you use this to open the path between the first class and the economy class car. Let's see, W Corp logo. Whoa, nice materials. Looks like they're telling the truth. Alright, I won't pry. Not like there's any cash in it for me either. So, I guess you gotta go all the way down there for your job, huh? Yes. The fixer finally got out of her way. Then, with one of her free hands, pointed towards the opposite door. Well, it's your funeral, ladies and gents. On your victory lap, if you guys are really that good. Lots of luck to y'all. I thank thee for thy words of courage, Fixer Sasha. I shall trust thee with protection. I shall trust thee with protection of this fortress. Prithee, protect the innocents in my stead. Non-disclosure agreement. The ego gift never escapes me. Wait, is that an actual ego gift? I don't think I've ever seen it, or maybe I've never noticed it. Oh, hey, cute kid. Would be a shame if something happened to this kid on this particular train. Big sis, are you a fixer? Are you gonna save us from the monsters in the cars behind us? Ho? Just as we were about to reach the other end of the car, a little passenger pulled on Don Quixote's coattails. Aye, forsooth. Whoa, are you famous fixer? I don't think she is. Forsooth, once again! Thou mayest know me as a profoundly illustrious fixer. Oh, is it tier 4? Ah, that would explain it. Well, I want to be a fixer too, just like you. Don't pester the lady. I'm sorry, she's my daughter and... Worry not thyself, 'tis no bother at all. Thou must dream of becoming a fixture thyself, little squire. It is fortunate that someone like yourself is aboard the train. Your presence ensured that girl's survival. What you talking about all of a sudden? Come on, no need to keep up appearances between people in the same line of work. I'm just here to collect some sweet emergency contract fees from each and every one of them. Are you two on something or what? I see. I don't think Don Quixote needs to hear what she just said. I didn't know you could be like that, Faust. Be like... what? You knew there was no way the fixer was actually there to protect them out of pure goodwill. But you decided to go along with Don Quixote's delusions anyway, am I right? Oh yeah, sure, let's go with that. Let's go with that. Good move. I was getting worried about what might happen if she started acting out again. You saw the twinkle in her eyes too, right? Don Quixote's always been energetic, but she's been especially bouncy today. Eyes. Faust strode towards Sasha with a question. I have one last thing to inquire. It'll be 30k on per inquiry. Gosh darn it, a hustle right now? That is quite an unsound decision to make for someone who claims to be in the same line of work as us. Have you considered the possibility that once our contract is successfully completed, we could include references to a particularly cooperative association office in our report to W Corp? Whoa, you serious? Well then, let me hear it. Were the eyes of the monsters you face red by any chance? Sasha paused her swinging arms for a moment upon hearing that question, appearing to either be in thought or trying to recall something, then answered. I don't know. Those monsters were red all over, but is there something special about their eye color? Well, for one, my prosthetic eye is red. That passenger's over there's got red eyes, and... oh, you there. That lady with the big sword's also got red eyes. Big sword? Oh, you're talking about Ryoshu. I forgot about her. Why, is someone out there paying cash for info on red eyes or something? No, well... it was a question of no significance. Faust nodded lightly in her direction, then opened the door to the next car. Good. Oh, I actually whistled. I rarely am able to whistle. Dang. That's, nice, I guess. Just as we had feared, the scene that appeared before us looked like it came straight out of a painting from hell. Wow. You could call it a play from hell. It looks like a play from hell. Oh, fighting time? Okay, let's go.
필두, 출진.
Are we fighting right away? We are fighting right away. Alright. Get in there.
아무것도 남지 마라.
Sorry, I'm munching on some crackers right now. It helps with the hydration. With the water, anyway. Anyway. Bleed. Bleeding everywhere. We got the decoration. I say decoration in quotes. This is exactly what they did in Lovetown too. Except there's not as many people from I can see. Can't hear the munchies? Ah, that's alright. If you use something like Rip Space, Rip Dimensions, background of this stage will flash red a bit. Oh, really? I do have some W Corp IDs, but they're not leveled, and I don't think I have enough tickets for that. Good to know, though. I guess it would be appropriate to use W Corp IDs for this one. Okay, how many more are there? Oh! Staggered? Let's go. All clear?
목이 떨어질
Good.
수밖에.
Oh wow, this body's like split open. I'm always amazed how much gore there is in Limbus Company. Or not just even Limbus Company, just Project Moon in general. So much
끓어오르는
gore
건
porn.
이
Oh wait, that was
기운이
just a fight.
평소 제일 싫어하다 볼 테니
Was using full W team once the event first got released and my screen wouldn't stop flashing red for some time. That actually sounds amazing. That actually sounds amazing. Was there anything other than screen flashing red? Did it like flash other stuff in the background, like
확실히
stuff that wasn't there before? Or is it just literally flashing red? I just wish the W Corp IDs were a little bit more useful. But I think if I use the W Corp IDs in Mirror Dungeon and this shows up in Mirror Dungeon, then it could. I'll probably be able to actually experience that. Would be interesting.
골치 아픈
Ah,
것들이
crap. Not one of these waves again. Oh, crap. Okay, fine.
나쁘지 않은 성과.
Basically an alert because you aren't supposed to rip space while the train is running. Oh. But wait. If you're not supposed to rip space while the train is running, why is it okay to rip space when the train is stopped? I wonder if I'm gonna run into that the Abno in this place. What is that Abno that actually rips space in this area? Because I've actually run into that a couple of times in Mirror Dungeon, but I don't think I've seen it anywhere yet. Huh. Wayward Passenger. I do remember the time when Wayward Passenger wasn't an actual fight, and it was just like a random event. And then it made it into an actual fight. And I've gotten into a couple of fights with it, and it's kind of annoying. It's kind of annoying. I don't know what to do when it goes into the portals. Are you supposed to just get rid of all the portals, or are you supposed to guess which portal it's in? Because it looks like it goes into one, but I try to attack that portal, and nothing seems to happen. It's just like a normal clash. That's the story of a Wayward Passenger. It's supposed to be a W Corp cleaner that got stuck in the train and ripped space with its weapon, and got trapped forever between dimensions. Oh, that's what happened. The portals give it buffs if they survive next turn. Oh, okay, so you're actually supposed to destroy the portal so it doesn't get buffs. Gotcha. Korean game devs give us a wide range of games. We have extreme gore, body horror, big booba anime women, and then we have cookies. Oh yeah, I forgot! Cookie Run Kingdom is actually a Korean game. I gotta say, I feel like out of all the main gacha game devs, the Korean devs seem to be the most varied and the most interesting ones. Like, okay, I feel like most of the Chinese gacha games, at least currently, are all Genshin or some clone of Genshin, one way or another. The Japanese ones used to be varied back in the day, but I think they haven't been, they haven't really been doing a whole lot. And it's been mostly anime tie-ins and those aren't really typically very good. But I think there's only really one gacha game dev that most people even recognize these days, and that's Cygames. And Cygames is still doing pretty decent. Wish they would do more standalone games like they did with Relink, Grand Blue Relink. And they have, but they need to do more. I feel like they need to do more. But I guess they're also doing like a bunch of other stuff. They're just not doing gaming. They're also doing manga. They're also doing anime, and they're thriving. Gacha money being put to good use. Good use. Green is health buff, yellow is damage buff, blue is speed buff, red is clash buff. I see. Battling a narrow hallway takes a lot out of you. Too bad. Making big movements when there's not a lot of room to move around in takes more energy than you might think. Especially for people like us, who use longer weapons. Yeah, pole arms. Not good in small spaces. These enemies weren't much harder than the ones we fought earlier, but it was inevitable that their sheer number would eventually wear down the sinners. What are these things, Faust? Faust does not know, but Faust will not say that. Yeah, I've been wondering that too. Why are you so tight-lipped all of a sudden? Those entities are... What do you think those entities are? And she's smiling. She's doing her smug little smile, as if she's trying to like say, maybe I'll give you a chance to figure this out yourself. Huh? Didn't I just ask you the same question? Oh no, are you giving us a chance to come up with our own answers first? Of course, Faust did not confirm nor deny his question, but Sinclair was perfectly capable of interpreting her silence in his own fashion. There's some things I learned from fighting them, I think. These monsters aren't mad at us, nor do they want to attack us because we're an obstacle. That's not why they're attacking us. Quite. 'Tis apparent that they hunger for aught, charging at anyone and anything in a desperate quest of it. Right, that's strange though. I thought hunger or thirst wasn't a thing aboard these trains. It could be determined from the entity's attack patterns that their offensives were not based on rational thought. The source of this behavior can be traced back to primal aggressiveness. Yes, and was there anything else? What is this? We're teaching the class now. It's like, okay, class, what else have we figured out? Anything else? Oh yeah, I think they all had red eyes. Their bodies wreathed in blankets of red. I smelled blood, so that's likely what they're made of. Then it must be that the red was congealed, nay, crystallized blood. Thank you all. Your input has been very helpful. It was my turn to start whispering. What did you learn from that? We're in luck, Dante. I have read upon this subject as a tangent while perusing information regarding our next destination, moments before we boarded the train. And while that will be a useful element in resolving the situation, the sinners have also been a very good source of intelligence when it came to categorizing and identifying important evidence from the available sea of information. Your advice was correct, Dante. Advice? What advice? What advice did we give? You mean you know what to do to blow this case wide open? Nothing can be said with absolute certainty at the moment. However, this will be a good place for us to start. With that, Faust turned around and faced the rest of the sinners. I will now present before you a solution to this predicament. Is there something else we gotta do other than beating the crap out of whatever's in our way? That will not change, no. However, what I am about to share will give you a better understanding of the purpose behind W Corp's contract, and provide us with a possible means of finding the method by which we may complete it. It is very likely that the entity behind the incidents on this train, and by extension, every incident of the same nature that has occurred in previous warp train trips, is a blood fiend. A blood fiend. Oh yeah, there was one blood fiend in Ruina. But that's the only exposure of blood fiends I have, other than the, I guess, even more blood fiend IDs that I've run into. We haven't really seen a whole lot of blood fiends up to this point. They're basically a myth.
또 한 줄 키를 남겼고.
Oh, we fighting again? Okay. Wait, what episode are we on? 23. Oh, well, this is gonna be 8 of 15.
홍어는 그제야.
사냥감인가 몸이.
Wait, a blood fiend? What's a blood fiend? Dante needs to know. He doesn't know what a blood fiend is. A blood fiend? What in the name of wings is that? You of all people haven't heard of blood fiends? Thought you were our team expert on obscure lore. Verily, I have not once heard mention of these blood fiends. Perchance I have let a magazine article slip from my memory. They're not fixers. Don't worry about it. Don Quixote furrowed her brow, genuinely lost. It was as though the very word sounded alien to her. I thought they were just monsters in stories to scare children at night. They're supposed to be afraid of garlic and sunlight, right? Oh, that sounds a bit different from what I've heard. I heard that their fear of garlic and sunlight is just a rumor, and what they're really afraid of is water. I have been briefed on the existence of blood fiends in the past, when I served as a commanding officer. And I have seen the dregs that they command. Though my memory isn't very clear, I am quite certain that these monsters here do not resemble what I've seen. I've seen one of those who call themselves a blood fiend among the ranks of the fingers, but the things that blood fiends commanded weren't like these rubber textured ones. There is a blood fiend within the fingers? It wasn't the one in Ruina, was it? I don't remember she was part of it. There's something off about this one. That one didn't spawn these dregs with abandon like this. Legit forget what Ryoshu just said. Ryoshu just said that. But aren't you supposed to know this already? Yes, I see that some sinners have encountered blood fiends in the past. A long-winded explanation seems unnecessary, but you do it anyway. As many of you have stated thus far, the entities we face in this train do not appear to be blood fiends. In a sense, they are dreg-like beings that have failed to become kindreds. Okay, that's a term I haven't run into yet. They are referred to as blood bags among relevant parties, according to information I am aware of. Elena was a different case? Okay, she wasn't part of what do you call this? She wasn't part of one of the syndicates of the fingers. I don't remember what Elena did exactly. I just know she was a blood fiend and somehow got recruited by that blue guy, Argalius, that guy. Not a terrible name. Why would anyone name someone's blood bags? As has been said prior, it is impossible for passengers to disappear aboard warp trains under normal circumstances. Though our reserve of intelligence regarding warp trains or W Corp is vast, if incomplete, we could not find a possible exception to the above rule. Within that reserve of intelligence, however, I had discovered that inserting a previously unseen variable into the equation allows for the formulation of a new hypothesis. Wait, so you're saying that these blood fiends can completely erase people or passengers from existence? That's kind of bad. A more accurate descriptor would be to say that they are either dissolved or vaporized. Lovely! I guess it wouldn't matter if you died that way. But it still sucks. Oh crap, I just noticed that there's a skull and a body in this section. I thought that was just like flesh hanging. Nice. Dissolved. No matter the degree of violence the passenger may indulge in, no matter how severe their wounds may be, like this one over here, the warp trains can revert them to their initial states at the beginning of the journey. Among several interpretations of the word violence involves cannibalization, of course. Wait, hold up. You can bring back someone who has been eaten? I guess technically they didn't get digested. You can't digest while you're in the warp train, but you can still eat them. I guess what they would do is just cut them up and then take the person out from the person who ate them. Okay, that kind of makes sense now. Still gory, but it makes sense. Wolf Girl was middle, pretty sure. Might be why the confusion. Kind of hard for Ellen too, since you were shunned from blood fiend and human society alike for being too brutal, bloodthirsty. Ah, I see. She was too extreme. That's what it was. Ugh. How does it make sense? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. However, as the passengers collectively time itself as the passengers' collective time itself is in moratorium for the duration of the train's operation, meaning time is stopped. So regardless of what state they're in, whether eaten or dismembered or being strung around like decoration like this, not they're perfectly fine. They're still kind of technically alive, and they can be put back together. Digestion is not a biological process that should be active. Right. So this is the part that I was just putting together earlier. So that even though they can be eaten, they cannot be digested. And if you eat anything, that also cannot be digested while you're in the warp train. Time is frozen, but you can also still move in it. Not sure how that makes sense. That part doesn't make sense. In other words, even the devoured passengers could be reconstructed. If they're merely stuffed into the digestive tract, then I suppose they could gut the passengers to retrieve the chewed up chunks of other passengers and piece them back together via the vein-like things connecting each individual. Yep, that's exactly what I just said earlier. However, such is not true for blood bags. Blood bags are, by their nature, obsessed with blood. Their existence hinges on supplying themselves with the blood of their victims. And it is said that they must consume a minuscule amount of blood to maintain their forms. Wait, what? Didn't you just say that digestion's not a thing while we're on the train? I guess that's not really digestion? If I were to continue my deductions, perhaps consumption of blood for blood fiends and blood bags is a fundamentally different process from our consumption of nutrients for energy. To them, blood is a culmination, an entailment of something that forms the self, including but not limited to emotions, ambitions, wealth, purpose of existence. Then it must be naturally follow that they can spend their blood at will, which is a process isolated from other biological processes such as digestion. Okay, English. Blood fiends are basically beings made of blood. So while technically sounding like vampires, they're a little bit different from vampires because they're basically animated blood themselves, is what I'm getting from this. But they have to consume even more blood to keep themselves together. I think. That's what I'm getting. What? I ain't even following even half of that. You exist in moratoria of time at present moment, Heathcliff. Yet your emotions still persist, do they not? Anger, sorrow, and joy. They continue to spark within you. Well, I suppose they are. Though we cannot tell whether they may be in a state of alteration, or whether they remain ensnared in the wheel of creation destruction, it can be said that emotions, once past, exist not in continuation. Okay, you lost me there. The passenger's will to live, the worth of its very existence which they thrive, do they not all gently atrophy into non-existence, even amidst a ceased time? Miss Faust seeks to illustrate the similarity between how emotions are to ourselves and how blood is to blood fiends. You still lost me. But I think what you're saying is you can still feel even though time is paused. You can still act on those emotions even though time is paused. But what after the emotion is gone? They just poof disappear. Same thing with the blood for the blood fiends. They just poof disappear because they can also use them. Which is like also basically deleting you. Gotcha. So that's why she said that their blood is vaporized, huh? If that's the case, then the very blood that's supposed to bind these chunks of flesh together will also evaporate, which means that they can't be pieced back together. Oh, are they using literally blood to like thread the body parts together? You know that? Okay, I wasn't sure that was how it was actually happening. There is no incongruence in that logic. Everyone fell silent for a moment. That was way too much information to process at once. We didn't even know what to make of them either. I would like to ask a few questions, if you would permit me. Yi Sang was the first to break the silence. Could it be said that the blood bags are direct creations of blood fiends? If such is the case, then by which method do they... That information is inaccessible at the moment. Faust replies, avoiding Yi Sang's gaze. But Yi Sang knows something is wrong with Faust. Everyone knows something is wrong with Faust. But Yi Sang knows even more there's something even more wrong with Faust. There isn't anything I can do about this. The sinners will only get more stressed if they find out what's going on with Faust. And that's something we both want to avoid. Inaccessible. Ah, indeed. Now I recall what you said in the past. This is only a speculation, however. I assume that a form of direct physical contact is needed to turn an individual into a blood bag. If such were not the case, then we, who are likely the greatest obstacles to this entity's goal at the moment, would have been the first ones to be turned. Indeed. In that case, that villain of a blood fiend must be hiding out somewhere aboard this train. Indeed. If we are to believe the words of the fixer from earlier, then there is a high likelihood that the horde is advancing in this direction from the back of the train. In other words, continuing down the train cars will lead us straight to the blood fiend. Very well. I shan't forsake this opportunity to bring peace to the souls of the innocent passengers who have perished by the villain's hands. Dante. It seemed that Don Quixote was now invigorated. The other sinners also seemed satisfied now that we have a clearer sight of our goal. Faust, who stood amidst them, nodded in my direction. Well then, let's go. We're making the best of what's available to us at the moment. Let's move forward, for now. Gosh darn it, there's a whole lot of words being said before a fight! I forgot we were in a battle node and now we're fighting again. Alright. Well, at least the blood stacks aren't really... Oh! Oh, is that what the S3 looks like? Oh, that's awesome! I've seen the animation in the trailers, but I haven't actually seen it in person until now. Ah, that is neat. So if I had another Heisho, I could like do another one of those? Would it be like a three team attack? Or is it just like a one only with one other one? Okay. Is it waves? Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Is Karen still sleeping? Karen's still probably sleeping in her little pod, so I guess she'll be okay. It's just the rest of the sinners that are awake right now. Bad for us. Combo for each, alternate based on deployment order. I see. Wait, can you have like a full team of can you have like a full team of Heisho with Hong Lu and all of them will attack, or only a few of them will attack at one time? Mao, see, jump that guy. Yes? So the more Heisho, the better. Second time you use Hong Lu S2, he would do the combo with the next Heisho. Oh, okay, so they don't all jump at once. It would just be in order. That's what I'm getting there. Gotcha. Still would be nice to have other Heisho though, just you know, for a little variety. It would be fun if it was a full jump, you know? Like I didn't see what the actual numbers were, but if it was a full jump, that would be hilarious. Or at least a 3 jump. 3 jump would be nice. Look at this, we got a 2 jump right here. But does Hong Lu also has another thing where he can get a Heisho from the back line too, right? So how does that part work? I should also get maybe the Ishmael ID. I don't think she's considered Heisho. She's her own thing. Okay. Forces him to retreat, calls out another unit to do S1, I think, as well. Having more Heisho is always good. Well, I hope this is a one-time thing with a Heisho, because it seems like we're needing like certain units to do combos. And while I find that neat, I don't know how that works exactly with gacha stuff. If it's not Heisho, it's S1 for free. If it's Heisho, they use S3 then. Dang. But I'm assuming the damage is scaled down. Otherwise, it'd be a little bit too OP. But it is a nice effect otherwise. Cleanup agent.
필두, 출진.
They said cleanup agent, but we're fighting first.
만만찮겠군.
Full on S3? Damage is still the same. Oh, that's actually crazy. That is actually crazy. Because I'm thinking like use the S3 on staggered unit, which you should always do. And then multiple S3s at one time for ridiculous damage. They only can't be enhanced S3, so Fast wouldn't trigger S3 too. I still don't know how to trigger her S3 2. I don't even know what her S3 2 is supposed to do. Like for Malfaust, all I do is attack. I don't know how to work with her. The only ones I know actual mechanics for is Knight of Despair Rhodia and Queen of Hatred Don Quixote. That is it. And I guess also technically kind of sort of with whatever the heck the gun Mersaw, Gunblade Mersaw, whatever that one is. I think I was told don't go to like second form with Gunblade Mersaw like right away, because you want to use as many bullets as you can before you do that. S32 is basically S3 with more damage and crits. You get it from activating her passive or Gluttony, getting her status to 10. I see. I need to like read up more on the passive because these are like so complicated. Or not really complicated, but there's like a whole list of requirements and it gets lost in all the words that describe how it's supposed to work, which is my main complaint with the skills. But I get it. The longer the game goes, the more the conditions pile up until you literally have like a manual for that. Malfaust S32, it's 10 stacks, which you get from Gluttony Resonance, Assist Defense, or Assist Activating Deathrite Burst. Get statuses by blocking an attack towards an ally with your defense hitting her special Death Rise S3 can apply. It sounds a little tricky to do the assist defense. Unless, yeah, I think someone tried to explain that to me last time and I couldn't understand it. Like you need to intentionally leave a unopposed attack on one of your sinners so that way she can actually defend them. I think that's what it is. Yeah, it's hard with a normal encounter, but you can do it in a focused encounter or like, you know, an abno. So you do need to leave a unopposed and then she'll jump in if she uses her defense skill. Did I get that part right at least? Honestly, it's complicated because like there's only so many things you can do in a fight. But it triggers so many things also. Manager Esquire, halt. Behold this poor fellow. He still lives. And everyone is crystallized. Dang, it's getting worse and worse around here. Easier to imagine as an extra slot that will auto-block an attack going to an unopposed ally. Basically, if you have the older sync units, Malfaust works the same as that. If fast, get bonus. If not fast, no bonuses. Okay. I guess it also helps if you can't block, you can't clash with certain attacks. And Malfaust is there to help block that attack that would otherwise land on someone. I guess I can probably also think of it that way. More crystals. More mess. More red. This guy's alive. Don Quixote, her round eyes wide open, began sprinting somewhere. Over here. No, stay away from me, you monsters. Hey man, we're not those monsters. You alright? Huh? That arm. You're starting to mutate too, aren't you? You must be turning into some bug-like monster. He's already a bug. Don't worry about that. What? No, this is... Gregor stumbled for words before chuckling and casting his gaze toward the floor in disbelief. Well, yeah, no surprises there, I guess. I suppose there's no way to tell right away whether this arm's a monster, prosthetic, or whatnot. It is possible that you are mistaken due to his bioprosthetic being of an older, outdated make that is now rarely seen in the city. A prosthetic. That's a relief. I thought those crazy bastards were trying to break in again. As you can see, my legs are messed up. I had no choice but to hide in here. So what are the W Corp employees doing aboard this train? You're right. From what we found out about the warp trains through their identities, I can't imagine why any of them would ever willingly board this train. You're the contract fixers, right? We were ordered to assist you with your contract. I said we, but I'm the only one left. Every single one of my colleagues suddenly began losing their minds in that car over there. And... This cannot be! Faust, is there truly no way to cure the blood bags? You say cure the blood bags as if that's a status effect. I don't think it's like that. My apologies. The access to that information is prohibited at this moment as well. Through her voice and expression, though her voice and expression were both as serene as always, there was something gloomy about the way she said it. She probably thinks no. I may have been too reliant on Faust in too many places. Faust muttered in a barely audible volume. I don't know what I can do to help the sinners in this situation either. I'd also grown too used to Faust's omniscience because I could always trust it to be there for me. I was starting to realize that I don't have the means to dig myself out of a hole like this. No, maybe I was too reliant on the sinners as a whole, because everyone is good at something. When the time comes for them to depend on me, when they can no longer stand on their own, can I really manage them? Lead them to the right answers? Doubt, colored with fear, begins to rise like an ominous plume of smoke. Well, what can I do, right? The agent struggled to some corner of the room with his wounded leg and pulled on the lever. Oh. They made good use of this space. I guess Ryoshu's still admiring the decoration. And the wall behind what had initially appeared to be a folding chair for employees spun open. Oh, never mind. Ooh, what in the name of the wings is this? Perchance thou hast hidden here a weapon most powerful? A weapon most afeared by the blood fiends? That holds some resemblance to a capsule we saw on the first-class car. But why would that thing be here? The cleanup agent slumped into the pod that appeared in the wall. Finally. What is it that thou seekest to do? W Corp prepared a small hibernation pod for employees in case of these emergencies. Verily then... Huh? He's escaping! Good luck with the rest of the mission. You didn't do anything! How many people are going to be pulling Uma-san when he releases? I probably will be. I probably will be just to get more Heisho. With that, he settled into the capsule and shut the hatch behind him. When the door covering the pod closed, only the folding chair and the wall covered with viscera remained. He's gone. There he goes. He departed the scene. We blankly stared at the wall the agent disappeared into. Well then, I guess we gotta... Let's move on to the next car. Keep on keeping on. Mission is here, dramatic cape movement, but he didn't do anything. Doesn't say anything and goes away anyway.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를 바로
It is kind of
세우는
funny that we
중이었습니다.
see we're getting an Uma sang when
내 명을
when Uma Musume is still pretty big. I wonder if that was even like something that
루피랑 먼저 갈 거야.
was planned, or it's like, oh, you know what, Uma Musume is pretty big right now. Why don't we just make an Uma sang instead, and like make it also part of the Heisho pack.
짐승들의 재갈을 풀겠다.
I do find it. I feel like that's actually probably what it was. Because as gory and I wouldn't say serious, but it's kind of on the serious side, but not super serious.
카론,
It does have silly moments like that.
뻗어볼 테니
100초만
A lot
기다려.
more silly moments than you think there would be. Yeah, the only problem with Uma Sang is that there are no male Umas. All Umas are female. End of story. So he would be an anomaly. Alright.
도끼를 뽑는다. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
Is that one different? No, that one's not different.
대성공이야.
Oh!
신나. 노래
길을 열어.
Going all out. Didn't you just attack recently? Dang.
우와.
Ah, more of you guys.
바람구멍을 내주지. 떨고 죽어.
Uma Pyoi did Densetsu version. My version when. I'm not very good at singing, guys. I'll just tell you that much.
이 정도 탕후에
I thought about it, and I could do the trainer version where it's basically all the guys. But I need to learn the lyrics first. I'm not very good with memorizing song lyrics because you gotta do it all at once, and that's like really hard for me. I'm better at doing things on the fly. Or, you know, like making a an essay.
아무것도
I haven't done that in a while.
방금 건 아무 생각 없습니다.
키울 수도 없겠구나.
Go!
푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
One more. Oh, this is a W Corp.
바람구멍을 내주지.
A W Corp blood bag?
지식에
Oh, that didn't last long. It is about the passion. You're true. That is true. Well, I have plenty of time to practice
키를 담겨.
during my trip. So I'll do it then, not before, because I got other stuff I need to take care of before then.
뻗어볼 테니까.
Yeah, I'll be loading my my playlist full of Uma Musume OSTs and music, as well as other stuff. Hello CG9, welcome. How's it going? We're still going through the warp train. We're starting to get to the back of the car, and I forgot where we're at. I think we're at like 10 out of 15 right now.
이 정도 탕후에
But I am enjoying the Honglu team tactics. Yeah, welcome back. I do recognize you. Heisho are based off the Zodiacs. Are they? Probably both intentional and also lucky coincidence. I did not realize Heisho were based off the Zodiacs. But wait, if they're based on the Zodiacs, there are 12 sinners. So how are they gonna get 12 Zodiacs?
뻗어볼
Unless Hong Lu is considered like a dragon. Oh, is that why I keep saying mouth bows as a mouse? Oh! Oh! But wait, what are the other ones? Oh, there's an actual dragon one? Okay. We have seen the outlines of every zodiac. We have. I haven't paid attention. I have not paid attention.
정확하게
Dragons mostly like a Quixote. I'm surprised Don Quixote wasn't the horse. Because literally Don Quixote and Rocinante, you would think she would be the horse.
승객들, 뭔가 기분
So
좋은
why is
일이
Yi saying the
있었던
horse?
거야?
Seen minor details of every Heisho. Now I have to get all the Heisho and see all the details. Doubt I can uptie them though. I'm like running low on threads. Never thought that would happen. But I'm running low on threads. I'm running out of ego shards. I'm also running out of crates.
적합한 조치였습니다.
I basically had 2 years worth of threads when I came back to the game. And I basically blasted through all of them. Almost all of them at this point.
우와, 칼은
Gregor and Rhodia are snakes, both of them? I thought you can only have one snake. What is Y? What is a Y?
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Oh, there we go. Do we get story off of this one, or is it just a fight like one of the previous ones? No story, just a fight to fill in the 15 episode slot.
내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
Have you beaten Kanto 7? We're on the warp train. We haven't gotten to Kanto 7 yet. Wait, which one's Kanto 7? Kanto 7 is the P Corp one, right?
필두, 출진.
Heishos are basically a large army branch, just kind of like our corpse packs. I see.
심승들의
I see.
재앙을 풀기 그런 것들이 발걸음.
Nah, we're not there yet. We're still on the warp train. Warp train's like right before the next Kanto.
길을 본다. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
I'm not doing the warp train. I'm not doing the warp train because I want to be here. Do I know the story? It was kind of. I'll be honest with this one. I have an idea what the story is because holy crap, that thing was everywhere on my Twitter timeline. So it's hard to escape. But do I know the details of the story? No, I don't. That much I don't know. So yeah.
단순해서 좋군. 심승들의 재앙을
Spoiler could be rough to avoid, especially if it's something so hyped up.
갖고 돌아온다면
I try my best, and there are some spoilers I willingly like go after, but I do that on my own time.
승객이 딱콩 한 번 먹였어.
Yeah, it doesn't help that I'm like on basically all the social media, the main social media that matter: YouTube, Twitter, Reddit. Though I don't go to the Limbus Reddit actually. That's the one place I don't go to. I mainly use Reddit these days for Uma Musume and Blue Archive. The Uma Musume subreddit is mostly the same post over and over again. Is my team good? Is my Uma good?
도려내라.
What went wrong with this run? Your stamina is crap. That's what went wrong with that run. But yeah, other than that, I'm mostly on Twitter and I'm also mostly on Discord and YouTube because I do watch other people also. And I also use YouTube as a what do you call this? Like listening for music and stuff like that. Yeah.
칼음도 깜짝.
불가 위야. 마감이지.
All right, we'll leave the Yiseng stuff for later then. Details, let's leave that out of the conversation. But I do have a general idea what's happening. Just generally speaking, I think the only Kanto so far that I have absolutely no idea what's going on is Honglu's Kanto.
승객들.
So don't tell me anything about Honglu's Kanto. We'll get to it when we get to it, which is gonna be after my trip, because I definitely do not have time to do that before the trip or even during the trip. So we'll do that when I get back.
목을 떨고 주마.
But in the meantime, I can at least enjoy the animations from the attacks because holy crap, they're good. And I want more Walpurgis IDs so that I can assemble my group of magical girls. Please let me assemble a group of magical girls, or at least magical ego suits.
지키기 위해서.
야호. 이기는
Oh
편,
wait!
우리
Oh,
편.
oh, the prosthetic. Oh, I didn't realize we had prosthetic fixers here too. No wonder they were like a little bit more sturdy than before.
깨우치시게.
별것도 아니네.
Alright, so we're done with that. How many more do we go? 3 more? Ooh, actual story. Warp train economy class cabin. Of course. Something caught my attention from the corner of my eye after another round of brutal combat. Ah! That's a T-Corp logo. What's this now? We were on the final car adjacent to the freight car where we discovered that odd box with a T-Corp logo on it. Ah! There's the emblem of T-Corp! It appears that the wall covering it was, in the fierceness of our battle, broken. Didn't that chief executive guy, Herbert, right? Didn't he offhandedly mention something about partnering with other wings? I guess they were in cahoots with W Corp too. Such collaborations are not limited to T Corp. It is often the case that a wing may work with one another. Yeah, like Lobotomy Corp with basically almost every other wing, especially when they're like basically a power company. I wonder where they get their power now. Ooh, now we got Robogore. It is only on rare occasions that they urgently request the assistance of less significant, lesser-known corporations such as our own Limbus company. Their choice appears to be quite irregular. Sounds like W Corp's heydays are long behind them. Just like this wall that's falling apart, revealing what's behind. Oh, speaking of falling apart, this room sure got messed up, huh? It was difficult for me to ignore how Rhodia hurriedly swerved to a different subject, as though she'd made a mistake. Even the tone of her voice shifted like she was catching herself. The various destroyed prosthetic parts covered in human remains indicate that this train car was boarded by several prosthetic-equipped fixers. I can't think about that right now. Let's deal with the task at hand first. Maybe these people are from the same office as that guy we met at the platform. Remember? He said he was warped over to T-Corp on an expedition. Looks like almost... Look, it's almost like they're all wearing standardized sets of prosthetics. Same make, same models, everything. I believe I've read articles stating that certain offices do exclusively hire fixers with prosthetics. Wait, We were walking through the bloodied train car when we suddenly heard Sinclair's voice crack as though he saw something awful. Is that the same guy we met earlier? B! He is the one we encountered at the platform. This is the fixer who suddenly started venting at us. Yeah, he said something about going to T-Corp on an expedition and failing. They brought a whole train car full of fixers for this contract? Guess he wasn't exaggerating by calling it an expedition. There are over a dozen broken arms strewn about. They must have fought valiantly by replacing their broken arms with backup arms, perchance? Quite the strategy. Makes sense. That would explain all those broken prosthetic arms and legs in this car. Executive Manager. This is likely an aftermath of a battle between fixers and the Bloodbags. There were many similar cases during the war. Those using prosthetics would simply let their bodies be destroyed in battle because they considered them to be disposable, as long as their wallets were permitted. I see. So the parts are replaceable. Of course, the blatant lack of self-preservation often led led them to their early graves. Maybe that's true. I see. There are multiple possible interpretations depending on one's perspective. Despite the fact that there is but a single scene, I will remember both of your inputs. True pay to win. Except when you die, then it's no longer pay to win, it's pay to lose. That's a good attitude. Employees with attitude like yours often make it to the end of the war. Very well, yes, good for them. Faust answers Otis in an uncharacteristically snappy manner. Signs of fatigue were creeping into her pensive expression. You alright, Faust? It was rare to see any actual expression from her. I was starting to get worried. I am physically unharmed, yet... Yes, I am alright. However, I do not enjoy this circumstance which we find ourselves in. It is as though I am casting nets to nowhere while lost and isolated in a blind sea. She needs her strategy guide. She needs people in Discord to hold her hand for the situation. Otherwise, she does not know what to do. This Faust is trying to be independent right now, but she is uncomfortable with being independent. I could usually complete these deductions within moments after establishing a few basic cross-references between the accessible information. Her voice was such a whisper for the second part of her sentence that even I could barely hear what she was saying. I know what you mean. Feeling like you're completely lost, obsessively casting net after net over the black, rippleless lake, in desperate hopes that one of them might pull in something we could eat. No way to tell where we are, no way to tell where there's even anything to eat under that glassy water surface. Grasping at the straws, you know? This sense I find mired is not unlike your own. It is like lying my back over an unseen grave, with a reflection of radiance upon my eyes, and the sanguine scent hanging from the tip of my olfactory tells me not of the forging path. What? Sanguine scent hanging from the tip of my olfactory tells me not of the What the heck are you talking about? It seems that Ishmael and Yisang picked up on the first part of her sentence. However, they walked up to her and shared a few words of consolation. By the way, I don't ever recall you talking like that, Faust. I don't know what it is, but I feel like there's something different about you today, somehow. That is... Oh, I mean, I don't hate it. I'm actually glad to learn you had a softer side. This unseen side of yours, it is unfamiliar, yet quite fresh. Is that so? Faust's reply was curt. She closed her eyes. As per the information provided by the pamphlet at the platform, it is likely that this train is composed of 12 passenger cars and 1 freight car. Because we are on the 11th car at the moment, that leaves a single car between us and the freight car in which Mephistopheles is secured. Which means that there is a high likelihood that we will soon encounter the Blood Fiend, responsible for the creation of the blood bags aboard this train. Just beyond that door. Well, how impressive could it be if its fathers are this weak? We practically smashed through the entire horde, no problem. A different, more accurate interpretation would be to say that a being capable of commanding a force as large as the blood bags we have defeated should be considered a high-risk entity. I guess that makes sense. You got one guy who made a bunch of smaller, weaker guys, so the one guy has to be strong enough to make all the smaller, weaker guys. When you have theoretically infinite knowledge of whatever subject you're currently studying, having said knowledge suddenly inaccessible is definitely awkward to say the least. I do feel that way sometimes. I mean, think about it. If you didn't have the internet, if you didn't have access to any part of the internet or needing an internet connection, people have done that in the not too long past, and they got along just fine somehow. But we're so reliant on it now that having no Google, no Discord, know anything to reference when you're trying to figure something out is it's a problem. It's definitely a problem now. Although this is not common knowledge, there's a subcategory of fixers called blood fiend hunters who specialize in, yes, hunting blood fiends. Assuming that information is true, it can be inferred that blood fiends are difficult foes that require a certain expertise to defeat. Now that I'm thinking about it, if blood bags are like mindless thralls of blood fiends, then they're kind of like their private army, right? A being of power who can create a force of their own, without concern for lowered morale or desertion. Wartime or not, they will always make for formidable foes. The sinners exchange various opinions with one another, possible strategies, estimations of blood fiend strength, and all of a sudden, be on this indecisive idleness. Our quest is to defeat the villain who hath brought such pain and misery upon this train, is it not? It may be vaporizing the lifeblood of the innocent as we speak. Mighty or feeble, I care not. I swear upon mine honor that I shall smite this foe, and let my hand of justice be the judge of their fate. Let us hasten now. Don Quixote's sudden outburst immediately put a stop to their chatter. Okay. She's not wrong. Besides, we have to deal with the blood fiend to complete our contract anyway. With that, I open the door leading to the final car of this train. And hopefully a boss fight. Are we actually close to a boss fight? We should be.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다.
12,
의의를 바로
15.
세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
Wait. Why am I using a module? What? Why is this one a module? Backup deploy 06. Yeah, we ain't using a backup.
출진.
We don't need backups where we're going. This room. What is that book on thy faces? Oh, dang. Someone else who speaks like Don Quixote? What the heck? Thou standest in the audience of the prince. Where are thy how do you say this word? Obsequious? Where are thy obsequious smiles? He must be the blood fiend who caused this outbreak. He is our target. Fall to thy knees and grovel before your royalty. Who the hell are you to make those demands? I shall impart this upon thee once, only once, so listen well. Thou mayest address me as Prince Cassetti, the sixth kindred, or a kindred of the sixth generation, the rightful prince and refuge from his family. Art thou the villain who hath brought such destruction and massacre upon this vessel? Thou art a chatty one, and you speak strangely like myself. I wonder why. So rudely before your prince, yet I am feeling generous, for I am quite sated at the moment. As thou must have seen on thy journey here, this place is a hall of banquet for a feast most majestic. No matter how many blood bags I create, no matter how much I devour them, the humans just won't stop coming. I only enjoy what was cast into my maw. He dons a mask for the purpose of merrymaking. If we're really going to exchange pleasantries, why don't you take that mask off? Or are you unfamiliar with that basic etiquette? Oh, this mask won't come off. Can't take it off. Shouldn't take it off. There's no prince without the mask. We're so ugly behind the mask. So we all decided to hide. We all decided to hide how repulsive we become. But once I've drunk your blood full, then it'll all go back to how it used to be. Only then can I unmask myself. Who stitched that mask on your face skin? Not a half bad job. Of course it's excellent. Because this mask was crafted by none other than the great and the eminent barber. those whose name I dare not even speak. But it hurts so much. No, I'm smiling. Look how hard I'm smiling and laughing. Yes, I am the prince. That's what I am. He's a bloody loon, innit? Alright, done with the giggles then. Let's ready for the beating of your life. I enjoy things like you and your friends. Don't cry, bawling and bowing, sniveling on the ground for your lives. Lunge at me instead, The aggression, the boiling blood. Oh, how I love the fire. What are you, daft? Look around. There are 13 of us and only one of you. Technically, there's only 12 of you. I don't fight. I don't fight. Do not let your guard down, Heathcliff. This entity has managed to turn countless passengers on this train into his blood bags. I ain't letting my guard down. But we blasted through so many blood bags we couldn't even keep count, didn't we? Couldn't even keep count. Oh, no. But the count is so important. I have to keep count of our visitors. Oh, yes, of course. I do remember to keep count of our dearest visitors. Yes, sir, I do. You have no idea how powerful I am, and I shall not relinquish my throne to thee from this budding kingdom. All I have to do is sit here and do nothing, and the blood bags present themselves before me. There's no paradise like this out there. You have no idea what I did to create this place. Oh, how elated my forebearer kindreds would be, should they be here to witness what I have created. This cornucopia of abundance, this pleasure. Oh, this freedom. But this kingdom is mine. I made it. I'm not giving it away. Nope. Someone who speaks so, eloquently, you say nope all of a sudden. This is rather curious. It appears that this blood fiend leaves this car only on rare occasions. Yet we have seen signs of his insidious influence throughout every car we have visited so far. Then what he meant by how the blood bags present themselves before him has to be... Hold on a minute. Oh, hey, Sasha. I didn't expect to see you here. Yeah. A figure suddenly and frantically charged into his car. It was Sasha, the fixer we ran into one of the earlier cars. Cassetti shrinks into his throne at the sudden burst, terror apparent in his face. Ah, it is thee! By the... Hast thou truly journeyed here to assist in our quest? Lo, that villain is the blood fiend responsible for the tragedies that have transpired aboard this train. Help us slay that cur and eventually lead the passengers thou hast protected thus far out of this train. Blood fiends have red eyes. She had red eyes. Okay, I think I see what's happening now. What if there was more than a single blood fiend on board? One still capable of rational thought. Damn, you actually made it all the way back here? I guess the wings don't give out contracts to just anyone. I used to fight to my damnedest too, till I was the last one standing. What's he talking about? But where did that leave me? In the end, I stood alone with nothing but a single one of these 4 arms left. Kinda funny how the perspective on life can just completely flip when you're really, really in the shit. I think my last thoughts were... Man, I don't want to die. So I fell on my knees and pleaded. I told him that... Don Quixote, watch out. I'd do anything to live. Blood rapidly crystallized around Sasha like a suit of armor as she swung her great sword at the sinners, striking them even before Faust finished her sentence. What did I say? I commanded you to give me a warning before jumping in like that. Don't you know how loud your stupid arms are? I thought the family had come for me. Oh, dang, you can't even see her face anymore. I'm sorry, Lord Cassetti. Allow me to introduce my kindred to thee. To be the first of many since my escape, for the kingdom I intend to build. My kindred, my loyal squire, who shall be at my side as I build a dynasty of my own, my family. Lord Cassetti, I had intended to select the more powerful of the bunch to send to this car, as you have commanded me. But the humans in my car were all weaklings. So I present before you this group from the first class car. Kindred. Are you even aware of the exact nature of a kindred? Nah, but I can tell you this. When I accepted my lord's blood into my veins, it was though I was reborn. I see. A blood fiend's kindred is like a sub-entity of the blood fiend, similar in concept to sub-entities created by distortions or abnormalities. It must have been desperation that drove you to accept that proposition without hesitation, despite the lack of relevant information. Maybe that's probably what was going through my head before I became a kindred. Thou hast been cohorts with this villain all this time? As his lackey? Even then, when we first laid our eyes upon thee? Lady, you have no idea how much I freaked out when one of you asked me something about red eyes. Not that it would have mattered if you did suspect me though, since my red eye is just a prosthetic. Then the passengers who were under thy protection... Haven't I told you that the count matters? The longer the line, the better. Dozens of blood bags began shambling into the room from behind Sasha. A smaller one among them stood out to me, the kid from earlier. They're no longer alive. My mind immediately snapped to the child who grabbed Don Quixote's coattails. Well, I knew that the passengers were dead the moment we realized Sasha was a blood fiend. But this, I really hope that I wouldn't have to face this reality. Not like this. There was a child. Yep, little Runt wanted to be a fixer if she got to grow up. Good thing she won't though. I can tell you on good authority that living as a blood bag is way better than the drudgery that is the life of a fixer. Believe me, I'd know. Hold thy vile tongue. Dreaming of becoming a famous, respected fixer? An enactor of justice? It's all just a stupid pipe dream that always ends in crushing disappointment. Or a really early grave. Silence! Silence! Don Quixote did not give Sasha time to finish her sentence. She was already charging full speed at her with her lance drawn. This was truly our Limbus company. We're not quite there just to say that line yet, but...
늦으면 내 피랑 먼저
Oh, are we actually gonna fight Sasha in Wave 2? I guess it would be time. Oh, wait. Why are they missing HP? Huh. If that was a thing earlier, I did not notice. And... Wait. Was this a focus fight or was this a non-focus fight? I don't think I looked. This is... Oh, I get free reign now. Okay. I know what to do. I know what to do. Well, first things first, let's have everyone do that. And let's have you go here, you go here, you go there. Is that a blue? Where's everyone going? Go over here. Oh no, these are like low HP. Let's not do that. Let's put you over here. 2 on this one, that's okay. Clash over here, attack over there. Yep, we're good.
짐승들의 재갈을 부리겠다. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 그래.
Ooh, almost got him.
그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나. 일 처리는 만리. 그렇게 서 있으니.
Alright, save those skill 3 people. Oh, are you Sasha? That is not Sasha. Sasha is not here yet. Okay, where are you going? Let's put you here. I kinda wanna try this unopposed thing. Where do I put you? Actually, let's put you here. This is going here. This is being countered, so that's not technically unopposed. Let's focus on you here. Who is clashing you? Ah, Hong Lu is clashing you. So who do I clash with the counter? I don't clash the guy who's doing the unopposed, right? Or do I clash the guy do it? No, it would be clashing if I did that. Let me try this. Oh, no one's going after that guy. Anybody but the skill you want to be unopposed. Gotcha. Where are you? Go over here and then
받아볼 텐가.
let's see if I can catch it. Oh, I guess that's a skill. Oh no, that was the other counter. I think we killed that one, but it's still there for some reason. Oh no, maybe it was just staggered. Is this the counter? I could not tell.
골치 아픈 것들이
Oh, that one didn't explode.
없단테.
I didn't realize Limbus company could have bugs like that. Okay, well, let me see what you got, Sasha, because we actually have to fight you. Charge count, bleed, paralyze, okay. +1 bleed, consume bleed, same as everyone else. If this unit failed to deal any damage this turn, gain 2 fragile. Oh, but you also get offense level up. Not O. She missed 1 clash frame, that's why it looked weird. I see. Okay, let's try to... does she have any stacks? She doesn't have any stacks yet. Okay, let's put you over... Let's put you over... Actually, no. Crap, I can't do the counter. We gotta attack. We gotta use these. Alright, well, I guess, Clash as ready? Clash when ready? No. Go over here. Go over here. And go over here. You go over here. You go over here. And you... don't take out that guy. Go over this way. Who's attacking this one? I think it might have been... Yeah, that'll work. Actually, no. Go all out.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
I thought that was a skill 3. That wasn't a skill 3? This one is, though.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
Get teamed up on. Ah, dang, that just looks so awesome. I don't care how much damage it does, it just looks so awesome.
적합한 조치였습니다. 하나 가져간다.
우와.
I don't think she ever stood a chance. Oh no, she just staggered. Oh no, that's a different one. Okay, well, let's peel you off here. Go this way, and everyone else is dead.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 있겠다.
Honglu will probably be my favorite team, even if Ultra Power crept next season. You know what? I think for just, you know, just because you can. At least this is what I would do. Just because I can, I probably will use the IDs for each sinner from their Kanto when we get to Kanto 13. Because why not? I think it's representative of what they went through. I think by the time though, when we get to the second and third arcs of the game, whenever that's gonna happen, that's also gonna change. Because we're also probably gonna get more Kantos off of that. Ah! Unbelievable. My first kindred to be created without their authorization. in this bumbling fool. Oh wait, bumbling what? Bumbling fool, yes. I pray for your forgiveness, my parent. Be gone from my sight. At least thou hast brought me blood bags for sustenance. Yet, it must be the responsibility of a parent to clean up the mess of his child. What a load of shit. I'm surprised that you didn't say that in acronym. With that, Cassetti reached out toward the pile of blood bags on the ground and... Oh, that's why they were frozen! It was for him! With that, oh yeah, okay. Oh, what adjutants, abundance, what abundance? Well, where'd I get that word from? I'd nearly forgotten this sensation. An armor of hardened blood materialized over the blood fiend's body. His sheer aggression and hatred was palpable enough to make our skin crawl. It appears that he has empowered himself by reaping their blood. Though my power is yet to fully return, this magnificent armor is quite befitting of a parade for a prince, for the prince who had become a king. Wouldn't thou agree? Yes, sir, you do. Of course you do. Challenge me now, O rebels. Challenge thy king. Oh, we're doing this right now? Oh, I didn't think we were doing this right now. Okay. Grovel before me. Pathetic one. Leave me alone. True at turn end. Stored blood value on self. Max 10. Lose 1 every time this unit loses 5% HP. On hit, heal 1% of unit's HP. Value less than 5. Gain bind. Okay, so a bunch of debuffs. Greater than 5. Offense level and defense level up. And they have 5 right now. I see. Okay. And just regular attacks with 1 evasion. On evade, use base 1 plus power for every bleed. I don't think you're going to be evading with your speed so low. So, let's do this then. Right there. Let's keep stacking this. We'll let this one go. Oh, actually, I should do this. Yeah, power counter. We'll let this one go, and then we will attack everything else because we can. Wait, who's attacking this one? Oh, you. That is such a high staggers threshold. What the heck? Oh, evading? I thought we didn't have to. I thought he wasn't gonna evade. Oh, there it is. I think that worked this time. Is it 2? Is it skill 2? Is it 3-2 now? I can't tell. They both have 3 coins. Let it rip. Oh, he's got Bloodthirst and Fragile. Let it rip indeed. Oh, dang! I don't think I've seen that before. Kinda wish we had the team up attack. Oh, never mind. We still get the team up. Oh, that's gonna hurt. We got like 3 attacks in a row from Heisho's. What the heck? I know we didn't have Heisho's when this released, but still, that's funny.
위험한 순간도 넘어간 적
Cassetti didn't even have a chance. Look at his HP. It's so low.
야,
Already.
이기는 편, 우리 편.
Already.
바람구멍을 내주지.
Wow. Wow. I don't know how hard this guy when he first came out, but that was pathetic. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Yes, I love your boiling human blood, but this is too painful. This guy keeps regenerating no matter how many times we tear him to pieces. This, I don't know if we can. The mental fatigue finally got to Gregor and Sinclair, who collapsed to the ground. The strange environment of warp trains was proving to be a significant help to the Blood Fiend's regenerative ability. The battle continued much longer than our scuffles at the K-Corp border checkpoint for our struggle against the endless hordes of the dead, our struggle against the endless hordes of the dead at the basement of Wuthering Heights. The sinners had all grown much stronger since then. Heck yeah, they have. But they were reaching a breaking point. Heck no, they haven't. And Dawn is visibly angry. Don Quixote continues to wildly pummel the Blood Fiend with her lance, breaking, stabbing, and crushing him every time a body part regenerated. I am so hungry. Ridiculous! Thy hunger is no justification for this massacre thou hast wrought. Shut up! You don't understand. You don't know how awful it is to surviving for 200 years in that disgusting, horrible. No, I don't even want to think about it. Shut up. Be quiet. No, I'm sorry. I'll be good. Please let me have just a sip. Just a smallest sip, please. It won't matter. How many times you stab me? I shan't stop until all thy flesh and bone and organs are crushed into a viscous, vicious, shapeless mush, never to become a whole again. But the Blood Fiend's regeneration is so powerful that he's recovering as fast as Don Quixote is destroying him. He's regenerating at an insane rate. I wish he actually did regenerate at an insane rate during the fight. That would have been more interesting. My kindred, my child. I have given thee new life, invited thee to this banquet. So do thy responsibilities. The blessings of a parent must be repaid, no? Oh, I thought she was dead. What can I do? Find their weakness, break their anchor, make them kneel and grovel before me in desperation, just as you had. We're too strong for that. I don't think so. Oh wait, I think I got an idea. Sasha began looking around wildly, surprised by Cassetti's sudden command. Is that the way they fight? What? Reminds me a lot of the way we prosthetic using fixers fight. Just as prosthetic fixers slowly lose their sense of self-preservation, their limbs becoming no more important than tools to be replaced. These idiots act with such abandon, as if they have multiple lives to burn through. With nothing to protect, they throw themselves wildly into battle like moths to a flame. And forget to look after what's really important, like this little thing. With one of her arms remaining, Sasha picked up the master card key Faust showed her in one of the previous cars. Don Quixote, stop her now. Oh, my parent, I offer this gift to you. Don Quixote immediately leaped at the fixer, but one of her arms struck her away with great force. Ishmael and Mersault, who had been holding Cassetti down, were no match for his strength without Don Quixote's fury. The Blood Fiend threw them both to the side and grabbed the key card. This is the key to the first-class cars, my lord. With this, grow your army of blood bags to bring glory to the kingdom. Oh, wait, hold up. If Karen is in the cryogenic still, Virgilius was not going to be happy to find out that she became a blood bag. We need to stop that from happening. Greetings, how do you do such a good Faust voice? I don't. I'll be honest, I don't. I just do whatever feels right and go from there. But thank you though, thank you. No. Cassetti examines the master keycard with clear interest. Without that keycard, we'll be trapped inside this train for thousands of years until it reaches its destination. Dante, I feel that I have tried my utmost to overcome this adversity. Without access to Faust's knowledge and intelligence. However, with our loss of the master keycard, the uncertainty of this circumstance has greatly exacerbated. Exacerbated? I think it's exacerbated. At the origin of this plight, Faust took a deep breath as if she was about to take deep dive into the source of all this trouble. Must be my over-reliance on Faust. Yep, over-reliance indeed. And our over-reliance on Faust also. From what I can tell, Faust has always been operating based on information she received from Faust. So a situation like this, where she has to make decisions on her own, has to be unfamiliar to her. But Faust is an admirable sinner with or without Faust. I've been thinking about the same thing about myself actually, that I might have been relying too much on that perfect Faust. But even without Faust, you still gave us good directions to follow after analyzing the information we brought you. So she does have some innate ability for that. It's just she relies too much on the Faust scored for a lot of the things she does. Don't we all? Maybe uncertainty itself doesn't always have to be a problem for us. Remember? Thus the lack of plan itself becomes the plan. You said it yourself. Wait, when did she actually say that? Was it during the Christmas thing? I see. Indeed, among many, I am a Faust that believes in uncertainty. Our loss of the master keycard is but one of the innumerable uncertain variables in the equation. The constant is, however, Kanto 2? Oh, that was a while back. That the Blood Fiend is just as desperate as we are. Thus, the only option that remains at present is to compromise. You there. Looks like thou art the one who's been regenerating your friends. Stop. Stop doing that, alright? Don't heal a single one of them. Or I'll smash your precious key to pieces. Manager Esquire. Compromise? To compromise with a villain as vile as that cur? I didn't have the time to regenerate Don Quixote's severe injuries just yet. And the rest of the sinners were already unconscious. Of course, it usually happens around this time. The only sinner who could still move and talk normally was Faust, whom I just rewound the clock for. Yeah, let's do that. Very well. Then, Cassetti, why don't we move this conversation to a different location? Only I will accompany Dante to this negotiation. I will make my intentions clear now. Dante and I will not attack you there. There is no doubt in my mind that Cassetti must be completely exhausted by the unending barrage of attacks from Don Quixote and the sinners. Faust's suggestion that we move this conversation to a different place without the sinners must have been a sweet one. Just you two, huh? Yes, the freight car is immediately adjacent to this one. That is where we will further discuss what we have to offer to one another. Wait, if the freight car is right there and Mephi is right there, are we gonna feed him into the Mephi engine? That would be hilarious. That clock must be thy monarch then, hmm? And thou art one of the retainers. Correct. Very well. This will be a royal debate then. It is only right that a royalty talks to no one else but one who is his equal. Manager, Esquire. We'll be back in a minute, Don Quixote. Thus we left the incapacitated sinners and Don Quixote, who watched on with hollow, despondent eyes as we walked away. We carefully made our way into the freight car. So, Faust, why are we doing this in the freight car again? Dante, this will be my first attempt. at a gamble. What? With that, the door closed shut behind us. A gamble, she says. I don't know what kind of gamble she has, but maybe, like I said, I'm thinking he's gonna get shoved into the Mephi engine
않았습니다.
and be eaten there. That would be
의외로
hilarious.
제일 좋아했으니
Oh, no fight.
내일은
Negotiation
떳떳이
time.
살아갈 수 있겠군요.
Alright, let's hear the negotiation. But that's my guess. So this passageway leads straight into Mephistopheles. This is where it all started. This stupid bus awoke me from my slumber. What? How? When? If only this bus hadn't been completely filled... Wait. If only this bus hadn't completely filled up the freight car. I wasn't planning to start the parade so soon or create a kindred here. Dante. Huh? The connection has been restored. Oh, we have Wi-Fi again! Oh wait, the Wi-Fi is on Mephistopheles? Wait, so Mephistopheles is the Wi-Fi? And not just being out and about? Oh. For some reason, I didn't think that the bus itself was key to get to the Faust chord. But it's literally the bus itself. So if we lose the bus, she loses the Faust chord. Oh, wait. You know what this reminds me of? You know how she couldn't connect to the Faust chord because she wasn't on the bus, or at least near the bus? I wonder if it's because the bus Wi-Fi is only, you know, it can't go through the door. Like, the door is literally so thick, it can't go through it. That's happened to me before. Like, if you've ever been in a concrete building, or at least a building made of concrete, data signals do not penetrate that concrete building. I have lost many of a connection because of that, and it is freaking annoying. Assume the bus has a route inside of it, yeah. Well, we're connected to the Faust chord now. Connection? The suddenness of her statement briefly knocked me off my train of thought. I looked at her and cocked my head in confusion, and she replied with an even quieter whisper without looking away from the blood fiend. Boarding Mephistopheles has re-established my connection to Faust. Touching indeed. Did you know that this would work? No. And as I have stated before, this was a pure, incalculable gamble based on my own uncertain hypotheses. Or hypothesis. This success helps me somewhat comprehend Miss Rhodia's fascination with gambling. Gambling is fun. I don't know what you know about gambling, but gambling is fun. That's why we do that. A faint smile appeared on Faust's lips for a moment before fading away. Now that the connection has been re-established, I would like to make a complaint against the Faust and Gesellschaft. Wait, what? Now that the connection has been re-established, I would like to make a complaint against the Faust and the Gesellschaft management regarding the fact that they neglected to list the information pertaining to the loss of connection within the interiors of the warp trains. However, mods! Gesellschaft mods, why did you not tell me this was gonna happen? Finding a solution to the situation takes precedence. I have much reason to believe that their omission was done on purpose, but I hope such is not the case. Faust gently advanced towards the blood fiend. Let us discuss the details of our compromise. What are you willing to accept in return for the master key card? If thou wert just anyone, I would have wished to turn thee all into blood bags and drink every last drop of thy blood. But thou art unlike a common person. My wish is to maintain the secrecy of this kingdom of mine for as long as possible, and thine wish is to leave this place, right? Once I relinquish to thee this key card, and once thou returnest to your first-class seats, we'll live here happily ever after like nothing happened. And when the train gets there, you get off the train, everything goes back the way they were supposed to be. How's that for a deal? Like nothing happened. Faust, what about the job we were contracted to do in the first place? What were we supposed to do again? Were we supposed to like do something to this guy? Our memories and any signs of battle will be entirely erased upon our arrival. We will have no way to relay our news, whether one of success or failure. If we had the means to defeat him, then at least W Corp would inform us that our contract was successful after the fact. However, this current scenario will leave us with nothing to show for, not even the smallest hint, and the contract will end in failure. However, what takes precedence over the contract is you and the sinner's psychological stability. It's not like we've always been successful, so that was something I could live with, but what about the other passengers of this train and its future passengers? I remember the look on Don Quixote's face whenever we would come across these inevitable forms of injustice. Faust does not reply. It's gonna keep happening. Yet the lack of reply was a reply all of its own. Are we going to have to let them die? Innocent lives will be lost, but we cannot prioritize their lives over our safety. That must be Faust's and the company's policy. And yet, Don Quixote made her way to the bus. How did she get through the door? I shan't allow this. Don Quixote. I thought her wounds were too severe for her to even crawl, let alone walk, but with sheer will, she pushed herself through the pain to reach the freight car. I will not tolerate this. We cannot let this vile wretch live and turn a blind eye to everything he's done. It's her. Again. What? You want to stay here for what is essentially an eternity within this train? I know the truth. Everything hinges on this key, doesn't it? As soon as I break this in half, you'll have to spend the eons inside this. I care not. I would welcome the eons, should it mean eons of penance for thee. 'Tis much preferable to letting thy villainy go unanswered. Let this place be the site of thine eternal judgment. Faust and I grabbed Don Quixote. She'd normally be strong enough to wriggle free of our grips, but she's already pushed herself beyond her limits merely by walking here. Faust, unhand me. Thou mustn't let him live, Manager Esquire. Don Quixote, letting him destroy that key means that you'll be condemning the sinners to thousands of years of torment. Then I shall fill the millennia with the tales of legend I had read in the magazines. No time, however, by infinite, shall be too great to overcome should we endeavor as one. Certainly you are aware that your suggestion is no solution at all, Don Quixote. But then, there has to be another way, no? Thou art both possessors of great wisdom, Faust, Manager Esquire. Is there truly no path in which we may bring justice to the villain, and the sinners remain unharmed? No idea. Her struggle begins to wane, but this was no acceptance. This was dejection. Wait, Don Quixote, no. In the commotion, we failed to notice that the Blood Fiend had been quietly advancing at us. We let Don Quixote go at the last second, but we were a second too late. Oh, my dearest parent, forgive my transgressions of creating another without thy sanction. Oh, I see. About to get bit. Oh, that's what she meant by getting bit earlier. You know what? That makes sense. Thou shalt become my next kindred. Cassetti screams incoherently as he leaps onto Don Quixote, piercing her neck with his fangs before we even had the chance to do anything. Well. Oh, I did not expect this to be the solution. Faust, what do you mean the solution? According to this information I had viewed in the past, and once again just now, it's... Dante, take cover behind me and remain absolutely still. And please do note that the other sinners must never hear a word of what is about to happen. Oh. Don Quixote levitates slightly into the air, the strings on her shoes unraveling as they slip off her feet. Wait. the strings on her shoes unraveling as they slip off her feet on their own. She looks on with bewilderment as her running shoes fall to the floor. And... Gosh darn it, can I scream like this right now? Ah! Roshinante! I've always had this question swirling at the unfocused backstage of my mind. Why are you always so protective of those running shoes, Don Quixote? Running shoes? Ah. Dost thou speak of our dear Roshinante? Yes, the shoes that has Roshinante emblazoned on it. Yeah, those. I have battled through thick and thin, feast and famine, with dear Roshinante, in sorrow and in joy, no matter the brutality of trials that hath struck me. It hath been a loyal steed by my side, for however long it hath been in existence. She doesn't know when she got them? Did you not, like, get them from the store or something? And then, like wrote on it Roshinante? Ah, Manager Esquire, wherefore hath thou not saluted Roshinante as well? This may be a rather auspicious occasion to do so. Nope, I think I'm good. Aha, be not so bashful, going ahead. Look, Stinky. Small girl is torturing TikTok with Stinky. Stinky they are not, scuff as it might appear. Roshinante is in pristine condition. Also, thou shalt not address me as a small girl. I mean, you are short. Evacuate, evacuate. Don Quixote, don't tell me you go to sleep wearing those Roshinante. Oh, I have always been quite certain that someone so esteemed as thee, Manager Esquire, would care to ask me how Roshinante fares. I didn't mention that this question was inspired by numerous eyewitness reports from other sinners who saw her wandering the halls in her pajamas and wearing Roshinante. Verily, Roshinante and I bound together even in slumber. There shall be no separating the two of us, so her feet have been forever in the shoes, forever stinky, never letting to air out. Not for even 1 second, imagine the smell. We are bound not by need nor want, we are simply bound together through plight and delight. Now that I think about it, every single identity of Don Quixote was also wearing those pair of running shoes Roshinante. They have? I don't think I ever noticed. Have you ever taken them off? Taken them off? B, whatever dost thou mean? As in detach Roshinante from my body? 'Tis a very odd insinuation thou makest. So that says, no, never. She looks at me with puzzled eyes, as though taking those pair of running shoes off was somehow an inconceivable idea. Even the magical girl? I'm gonna have to look. At least the magical girl one makes sense because it's technically just a ego suit. But how about the other ones? Even the N-Corp one? The N-Corp one also has Roshinante? Every ID has Roshinante in them and her egos too, unless her feet are different. Huh. They were something much more than just her favorite pair of running shoes. Her odd attitude of treating something so far removed from her common sense as something completely ordinary. What does Roshinante mean to Don Quixote? What even is that? What even is that thing? An overwhelmingly powerful pressure suddenly explodes, radiating in all directions. As the metallic stench of blood suffocates the bus, filling every corner of it with its sickening horror. Then, darkness. No, that's impossible. In all-absorbing darkness, voice is our only light. And it looks like Don Quixote has transformed. Also, it's kind of covered right now, but... Feet! beat has been unleashed, and so has the form of Don Quixote the form of Don Quixote has been sealed by these shoes, apparently. You are the second kindred. How did you? I should have felt your presence. I do think I saw a faint outline of an aura. You mean this aura? You mean this aura emanating from Don Quixote right now that is also not emanating from Cassetti? I see a red aura and a long fur adornment of sorts. Where did that come from? Through the shimmering aura, I think I saw red eyes. You have committed the sin of filial impiety, transgressor. I know that voice, but I also don't. I've never heard it in such a low, imposing tone before. It speaks toward the lesser being. The blood fiend, the shriveled and kneeling, trembling, pathetic. Oh wait, the blood fiend, shriveled, kneeling, trembling, and pathetic. Mercy, O venerated ancestor, I beg for the mercy of the second kindred. I beg for the mercy of the second kindred. I beg... Insolent worm. Gah! Oh dang, they even made the blood animation for this scene just to hammer the point. Amazing. Crimson droplets of blood slowly rises from the blood fiend's mouth, before congealing and sealing his mouth shut. Oof. No language worming its way out of your maw shall be worth my ears. No. To commit the sin of filial impiety by attempting to travel against the bloodstream, to commit such abomination against your ancestor, I cannot well sanction your impudence of continued existence. Coagulate, then melt away. Well, there go Cassetti. Cassetti's dead now, for real. Cassetti's body begins liquefying into a slick stream of blood, his form curling and crumbling, then dripping to the ground. Rapidly, yet ponderously, like that ice cream Don Quixote loves so much, melting away on the floor, heated under the searing sun. What sun? We're inside the... Oh no, the ice cream. Oh yeah, the ice cream was searing under the sun. And she's still short. I can't laugh at this, but she's still short. You. Don Quixote turned to look at me, who was still on the ground after being thrown by the shockwave. And with a cryptic look of pity, she uttered something. Indeed, you must be the promised timepiece. Something I couldn't quite understand. Rocinante, to me. Rocinante, I beseech you. I carefully reached out, grabbed her shoes, and slipped them onto her bare feet, one by one, as if we're putting shoes on royalty. One day, she gasped, stumbled, and slumped to the ground. Well, I guess we saw that Don Quixote used to be a blood fiend, or might still be a blood fiend sealed by shoes, and that's why the shoes never come off, which is funny. And that is a ghastly sight right there. Sometime later, can somebody explain what just happened in a way that makes sense? I knew that the sinners would all be shocked and confused. After all, when they, including Faust and Don Quixote, came back to life after I rewound the clock. All that remained was the destroyed door to the freight car and the disgusting obliterated remains of what was once Cassetti. Most personnel have lost their consciousness from the mental stress of the prolonged battle against the blood fiend. Whatever measure it was that the manager has taken, it can be said that it was appropriate. I guess so. Well, good work, everyone. However, the definition of most personnel excludes 3 individuals. Therefore, it would be most appropriate to direct any questions to them. I guess it makes sense. Dawn is the only one that could have destroyed that door despite it being shut. She somehow destroyed the door despite being, like, mostly obliterated, or at least, you know, severely weakened. And then that happened. Wait. Who are those three? Faust. The manager. And Don Quixote, who is still unconscious. Huh, really? The three of you? Wow, you were spot on. When did you even have the time to notice that? Oh boy. I have identified the three conscious individuals by analyzing their walking cadence and voices, moments before my loss of consciousness. Hey, you are sharp. Tanya Merstald, why are you so sharp? Right, so what's going on with the last? Why is she still out cold? She appeared to be in a state of deep slumber. As she is not at a risk of death, she will be waking up soon. I remembered everything, of course. Don Quixote's sudden transformation, how she practically erased a blood fiend and his kindred from the world without even moving a finger. But I also remember Faust's last words. And please do note that the sinners must never hear a word of what is about to happen, right? They don't need to know yet. Don Quixote was unconscious, and Faust was answering every question with silence. It was only natural that their eyes would fall on me. All fall on me. That's, you know, confidential stuff and stuff, yeah. Wait, that reminds me. Where's the key card? Last I remember, it was in Cassetti's hands. Right, so where's Cassetti's hands now? Who is in a far more presentable state than he was in before. I see you like the blood decor. We shall not be using that again. Wait, so what about the keycard he was holding though? It has been half liquefied. The remains have melded with his finger bones. It appears to have become one with the middle phalanges. Is it still usable? Wait. Oh. Oh no, everyone calm down! Calm down! I said calm down! I really should have packed more cigarettes, huh? How about we force one of these doors open? The master keycard is not an absolute necessary element to resolving this situation. But how? It will require approximately 5 hours to formulate and then proceed with an explanation in a manner that will allow the listeners to fully comprehend the exact how of this methodology. Therefore, it will be delivered to you in a digestible, summarized format, courtesy of Faustcord. Well, that was short-lived. She's acting all smug again. We can utilize the backdoor of Mephistopheles. The steely confidence in her declaration was more than enough to win us all over. So we headed to the corridor, past the back door, Don Quixote slung over one of her shoulders, and arrived at our destination. So we spent our time back in the corridor over there, because we couldn't get back to the first class because it got melted. Dang. And, you know, Virgilius as always, and he's not happy about this. I can't not ask what's happened after seeing the state you're all in. Sandy pitter, sandy patter. Grains of sand and seashell-like things fell with every step the sinners took. Ask someone after me. To explicate, it can't. Grains of sand roll about in my throat with every word spoken. Some time ago, what did you guys actually do? Faust explained the simple gist of this plan as we made our way to the back door. To put it simply, we will spend the time at a space disconnected from the train. The train should be arriving at its destination in approximately 10 seconds, going by the A-Corp timescale. All we must do is to remain somewhere in our original dimension for that duration. And with that, Faust came to a sudden stop in the middle of one of the corridors. Wait, are you seriously gonna just open that door? With as many doors in here, are you sure that it's the right one? Yes, there's the correct door. Its safety is completely ensured. Lass, at least tell us what's past that door. I did not bother verifying that particular information myself, so we're just all gonna find out together. It is necessary for future endeavors that I gain the experience of encountering something completely unexpected. What? Oh, wait. Faust did not wait for Heathcliff to finish his sentence before jerking the door wide open. Now please enter through this door. Ah, dang, where the heck are we? Why is there so much sand? With Faust's stern command, we quickly walked into a building that looked like a derelict abandoned hospital of sorts. I think we walked into the middle of a sandstorm. Aren't we supposed to be indoors? How the heck is this even happening? You said we might be indoors, but did you not forget about the, do you not remember about the Christmas event? Yeah, we went elsewhere with that one. I can't open my eyes! Oh, got sand in my mouth. Wait, no way, is that a sandstorm? But aren't we inside a building? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The sinners blurted out a colorful series of complaints, trying to cover themselves in the blasting sandstorm. But Faust continued to count in the same indifferent rhythm before dragging us out of there just as urgently as she had heard us in. And so the silly music is back. We managed to return safe and sound to the interiors of the warp train as it arrived at the P-Corps platforms. As the train was still getting cleaned up, that is, and with our bodies completely covered in sand. I thought we'd never make it. Whoa, you guys okay? How did these passengers... We were so happy to be done with this whole ordeal that even the W Corp cleanup agents in the middle of the cleanup mission looked downright hospitable. We are employees of Limbus Company. We boarded the warp train at the behest of your employer. Oh, so you guys are the people that our captain told us about. They really let you guys keep your memories, huh? Oh, that reminds me. One of the employees must be sleeping inside the hibernation pod over there. Oh, that. Huh. I've never seen it in action before. Thanks, let me go check. That hidden compartment behind the chair that the cleanup agent crawled into. Inside it was... Is he also turned into a blood bag? Huh? There isn't anyone in there. Oh, dang. Poor guy. He got turned into a blood bag. Maybe we're looking at the wrong pod? This is the correct spot. Then the disappearance of the individual who has entered this pod would indicate... I guess these folks aren't all in their head either. Maybe you guys are mistaken. I doubt that. Yes, we must have suffered from a momentary collective hallucination caused by fatigue. Very well then, we will see ourselves out. Wayward passenger moment? You think so? Faust cut the conversation short before the other sinners began asking too many questions. Now that I became intimately familiar with the meaning of that gesture, I followed her to the outside without another word. Oh, how? Train announcement. Arrived? Have we arrived without actually spending 1,000,000 years in there? Nice. Rise and shine, lass. Had enough nap yet? I see. I will hear the details of the incident on the bus once we're traveling again. Understood. Any and all relevant reports will be sent to W Corp via LCCA, and... Virgilius was already there when we arrived. He was sharing a conversation with Faust about what had went down inside the train with a serious expression. I will now leave with Sharon and watch them unfasten Mephistopheles from the train. The minute hand on the manager's head seems to be desperately signaling me that they have a lot of burning questions to ask you. Allow me to give you two some space. I was finally able to ask Faust once Virgilius left. Why did you do that? Faust's body was, quite literally, blasted to pieces from the sheer explosive pressure that filled the room the moment Don Quixote's shoes came off. It was as though she knew it was going to happen. Because it was the preferable course of action to having the same explosive demise occur to your body instead. Fair. That makes sense. Welcome to B Corp! I do find it regrettable that you were made to turn the clock despite my knowledge of the high likelihood of my death upon that occurrence. No, I'm not blaming you for that. I just want to know how long you've known that Don Quixote is a blood fiend? That is something I have been aware of since the LCB was first established. The same could be said of Virgilius. Of course. However, it was by the will of the LCA's superiors that this knowledge remains withheld from the manager until the appropriate moment. That is also fair. I was wondering what would happen if everyone on the bus knew what Don Quixote was way ahead of time. But I guess it makes sense to let Don Quixote do the Don Quixote things when her canto comes up. And that appropriate moment was back there? According to my private judgment, yes. Well, as my connection to all communications, including one to Faust, has been severed, I was not in a position to receive the headquarters' authorization for that action. Right. Though the full truth may remain obscured still, we are once again returned. Return. That was a layered word. We've returned to one of the warp platforms in our own dimension. We've returned to our daily lives of speculating about what's next in our path. And the usual Faust, reconnected to Faust, has returned. Yes. Faust replied to Yi Sang's nebulous wording with a quiet affirmation. Please do not take this query with any greater import than a mere jest. However, do you suppose I shall see her again? See her? Are you talking about the Faust that was not connected to the Faust cord? She says maybe, but not anytime soon. She shot a puzzled look at Yi Sang. In a way, it was quite the pleasant encounter, was it not? Yi Sang mused ambiguously before leaving us. I mean, he knows. He knows something was up. He knows that there's a Faust that's very competent and there's a Faust that's very lost. The incident at the warp train was such a chaotic mess that it felt shorter than it really was. But I also learned so much about so many things. But it was too soon to start racking our brains about what kind of nonsense trial we were about to face in P Corp. So I decided to enjoy this momentary peace. How do we find ourselves at P Corp? Wherefore is my throat so parched? Yeah, that's gotta be the sand. Right, you don't know about the sand. I'm too tired to explain. Chiquita, you missed out big time. You missed out big time on one crazy adventure. Huh? That vibrated the last few grains of sand out of my ears. The sinners looked at Don Quixote's bewildered awakening, grinning. There's no way to know what we'll be facing here at District 16, where P Corp was located, but we got this, right? The same faith I saw in Faust, who believes in uncertainty, rises within me too. I looked up to Faust only to see that Faust was looking at me as well. She nodded at me with her usual, barely noticeable smile, and I gave her a light nod back in return. The time to go find ourselves another golden bow. It is time. Did we just finish not the canto, the intervallo? Yeah, there was no fight there. Oh hey, intervallo completed. The dream ending, Don Quixote. The dream is ending. Whatever the dream is. Yippee! We done. I guess I'll claim this before. Oh wait, what's this? Noon of Violet. Oh, there was another Walpurgis. We'll do that later. Or maybe I can do it now. But I kind of feel like there's a good place to stop. So I don't really want to touch the Walpurgis thing right over here. But yippee! We have Kanto 7 next. Let me take a quick look into this and see what we're dealing with. It looks like we have 36 episodes. If I bum rush the first 2 parts like I did with Wuthering Heights, I should be able to finish this Kanto before I go on my trip, which is, for anyone who doesn't know and has not seen the announcement I made in the what do you call it? In the community tab. On September 8th, I will be going on a roughly 3-month trip to take care of some stuff and also do some personal traveling. So yes, I only basically have next week and the week after to finish this Kanto, and I will try my best to do that. I think I want to say I'm gonna do this at the same time. For next week, it's never gonna be at the same time. But for the one after that, depending on how far we get, I might do it at an earlier time. We will find out together. We will find that out together. Gonna come back during Ryoshu Kanto. Are we expecting the Ryoshu Kanto to be like at the end of the year? I know Kim Ji-hoon wanted that to happen. But are we for certain it's actually gonna happen? Or is something else gonna happen before then? Either way, we're not gonna be able to get to Honglu's Kanto until after I get back. And all the small intervallos in between then. So just FYI, for anyone who's like wanting me to push forward, I will push forward. I will try my best to finish this Kanto. But there might be some little weirdness with timing and whatnot. So just FYI. Seeing how we got Walpurgis rerun event, there's no dead week. They are really trying to do it. I do imagine they're really trying to do it. Intervallo first, obviously, but yeah, they want it to be released by the end of the year. That'll be interesting. That'll be interesting. I'll still be a little bit behind when that happens, and I don't know when I'll be getting back into streaming when I get back. So it might be a little bit of a lag for me to like recover and do some other stuff too. And plus the holiday seasons at that time too. So I can't exactly rush through that Kanto and everything else before then. So yeah. We're gonna take our time with the once I come back though. We're probably missing next week event, Arknights collab, Warp event, Refraction Railway rerun. Are they actually gonna rerun Refraction Railway? I know he said that he wasn't gonna do a new Refraction Railway, but are we gonna get a rerun? Probably will take 2 to 3 months, so would watch their plan. I mean, the Limbus company does take its time. It took us, what, 2 years? 2-3 years to get to Kanto 8? And you know what? Appreciate it, because the story that comes out of it is pretty good. They cooked. Oh, we are getting RR1 as a permanent one. Ah, I see. Gonna miss them Uma Musume collab. What Uma Musume collab? Aren't we getting Yi-sang Horse next week? I'm not missing that if it is next week. I'm not missing that, guys. It's still next week. I leave in basically a little bit more than 2 weeks. We still have a little bit of time. So we still have a little bit of time. But yeah. I was thinking of like rolling for the rest of the Heisho pack here though. Should I use my lunacy to roll for the rest of the Heisho pack? Or should I try to shard them? Which I don't think I see them in Season 6. Are they in Season 5? They are... Oh, there are... Oh, there's a couple in Season 5. Heisho pack Mao branch. Oh, they are in Season 5. Ryoshi and Otis are season 5. I see one. I do not see the other one. Faust Gregor, Rodion, season 6. In season 6, I see this one, Gregor. Otis was a Revent Award, so she's hidden for now. Oh, I see. So did I completely miss Otis then? So Otis is gone. And Otis is only gonna show up here. No, there's no Otis here. It's Rodion, Gregor, Ryoshu. Wait, where's Ryoshu then? Do you have Rodion? I don't think I have Rodion. I don't have a Heisho Rodion. Let me double check. Rodia. Oh, I do have Heisho Rodia. When did I get this? Okay, I guess I have another Heisho I can like raise up now. When did I get this one? Ah. Okay, so I just have three to go. Gregor, Ryoshu, Otis. Sharded Files and Kong Lu because 100 pulls wasn't enough. How many pulls do I have? I think I have barely 200 pulls. And I think I should save some of that for later. So I probably shouldn't roll. Instead, maybe what I should do is like just grind for this. Just grind for this and eventually I'll get them. Can I get... Oh crap, I can't get either of you yet. Yeah, I used a bunch of Gregor shards on Walpurgis trying to get the... What was it? The butterfly ego. And so I'm out basically of ego shards. And I'm saving this up for whenever we get Manager Dawn back. Or at least a Manager Dawn I can maybe get when Ryoshu's Kanto shows up. Because I can't get it yet, right? So either I have to roll for it in the gacha or wait for the next Kanto. Level grind of this game is unideal. It really is very unideal. The grind in general for Limbus Company is excruciatingly painful because it's mirror dungeon after mirror dungeon after mirror dungeon. Yes, you could just run one mirror dungeon after you get hard mode, and part of the reason why I'm going to get through Kanto 7 before my trip is so that I only have to do hard mode once a week while doing other stuff during my trip. Because I don't want to be gaming on my phone all the time while I'm doing stuff. So this is also part of the motivation. So I can just do this once and do all the weekly bonuses all at once and forget about it. Limbus is very much slow and steady. At least they want to add more endgame content. It just takes time. Yeah, I think Limbus Company was originally supposed to be like a one-player game, like Library Arena. But they made it into this because funding. And you know what? It's worked out. And I don't mind. More money to Kim Ji-hoon. Except basically the way Limbus Company works is that as long as you grind enough, you will get everything for free. Which is still crazy. Like they're making the bare minimum money out of this just from the Battle Pass packs. And for anyone who's used to gacha gaming, they will also spend money on lunacy over here. So that's a steady income. But still, it's crazy though, that this is basically a single player game if you grind enough. It was Distortion Detective game, but they needed money so they went gacha. I see. Aren't they still making Distortion Detective into a game? Or at least that's the plan anyway. Made my journey more interesting, fighting Kantos under-leveled. Fair. Yeah, I think right now I'm just like focusing on a few key IDs. And if I stuck with this from the very beginning and didn't take that 2-year break from the game, I think what would have happened is I would actually have almost all the IDs leveled. But since I did take 2 years, of a break, then I don't have that anymore. I guess I should grab these threads while I can. Boom. And I still am lacking threads. The rest of this is decorative. I don't even know if I want to get Blue Man from here. He's funny. Herbert is okay, but also I don't want to listen to him. So yeah. That's the plan after Limbus, but they got too attached to Limbus and just couldn't make it a cow to milk, so they went to making sure it was a complete game before they do that. So so we're in the Inferno part of Dante's Inferno, and so we're gonna be doing Purgatorio and Paradiso eventually. I'm very curious what we get for those, because Dante's Inferno doesn't really follow the book at all. But that also means resolving the sinner's issues, because technically speaking, some of the issues have been introduced in this first introduction to their cantos, but I feel like nothing is like completely resolved, and that's perfectly fine. You can leave it that way. But if you look back in Gregor's canto, which was super rough if I remember correctly, and Rhodia's canto, which is also super rough, nothing essentially got resolved there. So they still have to do it in the next arcs. We're technically still in arc 1 of a 3-arc game, basically. So we're in this for the long haul. We kind of have to be here in the long haul. You cannot treat this as a regular gacha game, which would probably... Well, some of them last for 10 years, definitely. And some of them have definitely have gigantic stories because of that. 2 years into Kanto 10, it is... I don't know who does all the writing. I'm assuming Kim Ji-hoon does basically all the writing, or at least gives them the, here's what we need to happen, and I will make, and then I'm gonna review everything to make sure quality is tight. And there's also contracting Millie, because you always need to have a Millie song for each kanto. And I don't know what the schedule for Millie is to record that stuff. But you gotta come up with a song, you gotta add it in there, and then Millie is probably not cheap. Millie is not cheap. I think the funniest thing, I think I saw a thing that I read somewhere, I forgot where I read it, but Kim Ji-hoon specifically, I think, wants to make a 3D game. I don't know how that's going to work, because what kind of game would it be? I can't even think of what genre that 3D game was going to be. Because what have we done so far? We've basically been doing RTS with Lobotomy Corporation, which was hell. Library of Arena was a little bit easier, being a card battler. And then Limbus Company is also technically a card battler, but it's much more simplified than Library of Arena. So far we've done like basically 2 RPGs and one hellscape of an RTS. So what the heck are they gonna do with a 3D game? Please, no open world city. I do not want an open world city. I don't think they'll do that, but if they do, please don't. MMOPM world would be... I haven't touched an MMO in like years. I don't know if I want to do that again. Millie is not cheap, but she does love working on Project Moon stuff. It does show. She also loves working on the weird... what do you call it? She also loves working on the weird other indie games that have like a really nice aesthetic. Have you guys heard of... Crap, what was it? Let me look at my Steam collection really quick. Have you guys heard of Ender Lilies? And then I guess Ender Magnolia? I haven't played Ender Magnolia yet. I want to eventually, but I still have a backlog to do. But at the very least, Ender Lily has like basically all Millie music. And it was pretty nice. It was pretty nice. I don't know what else Millie has done game-wise. I feel like she's done a few other ones, but that one and Limbus Company, I guess also by extension Library Arena, were the ones that stood out to me. Ender Lily's OST is so good. It is very good. It is very good. Has anyone here played Ender Magnolia? How'd you guys like that one if you did? It has a different vibe to the first one, but I also kind of heard that it's similar but different. Last I heard that we're curious about collabing with You did not say Roblox. Please tell me you didn't say Roblox. No, not Roblox. Have you guys heard what's happening with Roblox lately? Not even that. Even before that, I'm not touching Roblox. They can have it. I ain't touching Roblox. I know some Project Moon fans came from Roblox because of all the projects that were made in Roblox, but still, I don't want to touch it. I'm not touching it. It looks jank as heck. I don't know how it got so popular, to be honest. But, I mean, like, not the Project Moon Roblox games, but just Roblox in general. I don't understand how it got so popular. I think what I don't agree with Roblox is that it's basically a sandbox where you have multiple devs share like server space or whatnot. Maybe they don't share server space, but it's like multiple, like various independent devs making games, some rip-offs, a lot of them rip-offs, some inspired by in whatever the heck Roblox is, and then charging people on top of that to play that game on that platform. It's not like itch.io where it's actual individual games that people make as like random projects. It's not like Steam where people also put their games. It's literally a roamable platform that I don't understand. It is very weird. Basically, what's happening is for a cut, I suppose, the Roblox people are giving a space for devs, and the money generated from the monetizations those devs are making for those particular games, that's where they get their cut from. It's more of a game engine with a market, and that's weird to me because it's a roamable game engine. It's a roamable game environment where you can go to different worlds. On one hand, if I probably grew up with that, it would be very interesting to me. However, to me right now, I'm also looking at it from how the heck does this work on a logistical standpoint? How does it work on the back end standpoint with people working in this ecosystem? And I'm gonna just leave it at that. And also, if you've heard any of the Roblox controversy with lately, you may have to have. Don't worry about it if you haven't. Don't worry about it. It's just my other game dev friends who are basically like get all the controversial news from from that kind of stuff. Keep like bombarding the other Discord servers of many Discord servers, and I have no choice but to, like, you know, see what the heck is happening. So I'm actually exposed to the little things that happen everywhere. I don't interact with it, but here I am. I know, I kind of have an idea what's going on. To be fair, Roblox only got that big because there was never a competitor to keep it in check. I don't even know how you would compete against it, to be honest. I guess the equivalent of that would be either itch.io or Steam making its own environment for that, but that's not what they do. That's not what they do. It's more like individual devs curating, or at least like making their own web pages, basically. I guess Roblox is a little bit more interactive than that. I think what gets me with Roblox is the monetization within each game. But on one level, it's not any different from having gacha games be on Steam. On the other hand, it still feels very weird. Fortnite Epic game tried, but yeah, okay. Anyway, that aside, think you may or may not have a 3D Project Moon game to look forward in the future, however long that takes. And I would give you a source, but I completely forgot where I saw that. But it has been confirmed that there is one that that is being thought of at the very least. So yes, you can find it if you want to, and if you find it, if you're in the Discord, link it over there. I'm pretty sure I linked it once before, but I don't remember it anymore. But for today, we're gonna end here. So thank you all for dropping by. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you guys enjoyed the Canto, not the Canto, the Intervallo, and me actually stumbling through actually reading through all of that. Next time I won't be reading as much because everything will be voiced, and I will kind of miss not reading it because it does get me into it a little bit more, actually trying to read what they're saying rather than reading what they're saying plus listening to the voice actors. It's a different experience. It's a different experience. But yeah, we will be continuing we'll start Kanto 7, not continuing. Well, we'll be starting Kanto 7 next week. I had to start a little bit later today, but we will probably start a little bit earlier next time so that it'll give me a little bit of time to get to a decent stopping point. So yeah. And we might see Horse. Speaking of Horse, if you're in the Discord or want to join the Discord, we will be finishing Cinderella Grey Season 1 in the Discord. So you can check that out if you want. Or I will also be doing my round 2 Champions Meet tomorrow, or at least in 15-ish hours whenever I decide to do that before the next reset comes, because I haven't done my rounds yet, and I am very, very scared of what's gonna be happening in my bracket. But yeah, all right, that's it for me, guys. See you guys later. Bye bye. Have a good rest of your day, and also to the crap. I'm gonna double check this. Hold up. Let me make sure before I say anything. To Brian, who has given so much memberships. Holy crap, why? But thank you. But why? But thank you very much. See you guys later.